live.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Free Assange Vigil live court coverage. This is week 3, day 3 of the extradition uh, show trial, the broad daylight kidnapping, the extraordinary rendition of Julian Assange. I'm Steve Boykin, and I am joined by Andrew Smith. Um, we are sleepy and also joined by Sleepy Josh. Yeah, so court started a little bit early today, um, which is a little bit disconcerting because Julian's supposed to get a half an hour with his legal team from 10 to 10:30 British time, but 20 after about 20 after 10. Dr. Quentin Deely took the proverbial witness stand and was sworn in. Dr. Deely is an NHS psychiatrist who specializes in autism, ADHD, and other mental health issues. Hopefully later on today, let's see, Professor Paul Mullen will be testifying as well. Professor Mullen is an Australian psychiatrist who apparently originally diagnosed Julian with depression in 1995. This was brought up multiple times by QC Lewis yesterday. Um, and with that, what's up, Andre? How you doing, buddy?
This is early.
It's not getting any later.
No,
How many days in a row we do this? It doesn't
no.
get later.
It
The
just
sun-
gets harder and harder to wake up.
Um,
So I want to give a big shout out to the tweet threads that we're going to be reading today. If you want to follow along with us, we'll try to put links into our chats as we go. But we are working with Kevin Gastola, Mary Costakidas, Juan Passarelli, Mohammed Almazi, and at Defense Assange. We will also be piggybacking off Richard Medhurst. I think I said his name right, hopefully.
You did.
He does not have a cloud video platform link like us, but he does go out. He does put it out play by play, reading and editorializing other people's notes as he goes. So I just want to give a special thank you to the superheroes that are actually up early and making sure that this gets covered, so that way we can bring it to you. Okay, that's all I got.
all right. Well, let's jump right into court then.
You want me to read Kevin's?
That's where I was gonna start. It's the one that I have up. Um, do. So, 36 minutes ago, at least according to my laptop, Assange told Deely, again, this is Dr. Quentin Deely, who is an NHS physician, psychiatrist. Assange told Deely about conditions he feared if extradited to the United States, fears of isolation and of a new indictment. Was also concerned about Joshua Schultz, who was accused of releasing the Vault 7 materials and how Schultz was confined before trial. Um, we're hearing evidence related to Deely's autism diagnosis and some of the features of the disorder that stood out to Deely. This is relating specifically to the uh, the diagnosis of Asperger's. Deely says risk of suicide would be high if extradited. It's an outcome which he fears and he dreads, ruminates about the prospective circumstances at length. And I'm going to come back to that when we have a minute. Dealey added that this risk is influenced by his appraisal of his prospective circumstances, which he views as an intolerable ordeal, and he views it as unjust. Well, no shit, who wouldn't? Dealey testifies that Assange is a prominent public figure and sees what he's going through as exemplary punishment. And the quote, example is being made out of him. It compounds his sense of its unbearability. Fitzgerald, this is the defense attorney. Fitzgerald asked Dealey what would happen if Assange was extradited and confined in a U.S. prison. Dealey said it would, quote, cause severe deterioration of his mental state. He was severely depressed in 2019, improved to moderate depression this year. As of 5 minutes ago, the defense had ended their whole whopping 30 minutes of questioning that they're allowed to have on the opening. Now, prosecutor James Lewis is back in the courtroom and I guess drank an extra cup of I'm a Badger a Witness juice and is going over Dealey's diagnosis. That's where Kevin's thread ends before I hit refresh. Do you have anything to add to that, Andrew?
No, I just think it's bullshit that the defense only gets 30 minutes.
I mean, fair.
Like, that's just...
so according to the Assange defense, we've got some of the cross-examination here. Where to go? The first question is from James Lewis is whether Dealey is a neuropsychiatrist. He responds that his training is in general adult psychiatry. Lewis is questioning Dealey about the autism spectrum, typically onset in childhood, but Dealey says signs can become more evident in adulthood. Lewis questioning Dealey's agreeing with Assange's diagnosis of Asperger's, wants to play Assange's comments from the Frontline Club for Dealey to get his view as it pertains to the diagnosis, his ability to communicate. Tech issues playing the video, so the questions continue. Lewis suggests hosting a TV interview show means he doesn't have Asperger's. I'm going to say that again. James Lewis, prosecutor, not clinical psychologist or psychiatrist, suggests that Assange hosting a TV interview show means he doesn't have Asperger's. Dealey says no when the person speaks about topics they are very interested or knowledgeable about in a set format is actually where they're comfortable. It's other venues that are challenging. Lewis asks, are you trying to give an objective opinion to the court? Dealey says, I am. Lewis, so you've got to take this new information that he hosted a TV show into account rather than excusing it away. Dealey says, I'm just providing relevant context. Now the prosecution is playing a video from the Frontline Club, and that's where that thread ended. Until
the video from the Frontline Club, Assange had participated in a Q&A by video link, answering questions about the Afghan war diaries, lessons learned about redactions and informants. In his answer, Assange talks about no resilient harm. USG refused to help redact civilian casualties exposed. So this is actually pretty cool if they can piggyback off of everything that was mentioned in here, as far as like when he gets re-cross-examined by the defense after Lewis gets done with him. Because that's a pretty, all of those topics individually I don't think have been brought into court, short of the informants and redactions.
Sorry, I'm just looking at a couple of different.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna go make coffee, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna see where Mary Kostakidis picks up with Lewis questioning Dealey. I just gotta find it.
So, this is Mary playing a couple of extracts of JA at the Frontline Club. The issue is how articulate he is. So, James Lewis, QC, this is me editorializing here, by the way, guys. James Lewis, prosecutor, is suggesting, like, for realsies, that because you can pronounce words and because you can formulate a thought that on a subject that you're interested in, it is technically impossible for you to have Asperger's syndrome. James Lewis, QC, once again, not a psychiatrist, not a psychologist.
I'm pretty sure that just means he doesn't have dyslexia. I don't think that says anything about Asperger's.
Prosecutor who, according to him, does have a mega brain.
Well, that's why he knows so much.
I should go find that again. I
want to set that as our like default thumbnail for these.
So continuing on with Mary, he has no trouble discussing the issues at length, as do all highly intellectual people, but hopeless at chit-chat or mundane topics. Lewis says he is confused by this. Lewis insists on an objective opinion, so if there is evidence that shows the opposite to a trait he has observed, such as difficulty conducting conversation, why hasn't he taken it into account? Lewis has failed to understand something fairly straightforward. Now we are seeing Julian speaking on video to an audience at length. And that's where her particular thread stopped. Going back over to... Yeah, the U.S. government believes participating in a Q&A undermines the autism diagnosis because it is their view an autistic person could not function well in a Q&A setting. The stones on these fucks.
I mean, I hope Daly takes the same line from Kopelman yesterday and just constantly reminds Lewis, like, bro, you're a lawyer, you're not a doctor.
This is I gotta give a quick shout out to Juan Passarelli here real quick. We talked about this just a minute on the vigil last night about how Juan comes through with these like great jokes in the midst of all of this horrific bullshit. So I'll just I think I'll just pull the tweet up from, it's almost a full day old. Here we go. Juan Passarelli. Yes, he's discrediting the doctors. He being Lewis. He has become very predictable in his questioning. I wonder if he'll ask, if a journalist helped someone break into the White House, would it be illegal? That, of course, is going back to the Pentagon Papers. Juan Passarelli with some Dan Ellsberg-based humor early in the morning. I'm a fan.
It's brilliant. So, Kevin Gosztola, as of 6 minutes ago, says the prosecution shows a clip of the Frontline Club event where Assange participated in a Q&A. The U.S. government believes that this undermines the autism diagnosis because, in their view, an autistic person could not function well in this setting. And that's where we had Mary Kostakidis' tweets pick up, where Daly said, "But no, you're wrong." I'm gonna come through and like Mohammed stuff real quick, see where we're at.
Imagine it like...
Do you want to?
I suppose it wouldn't be that hard to imagine because we've got plenty of examples with media personalities. But the job of the prosecutor here is to intentionally get shit wrong and then convince other people that how wrong you are is the most believable aspect or side of the coin there. Like, the more wrong Lewis is, the more confident he becomes. It's a weird fucking dichotomy.
Do we want to roll back 27 minutes and go through Mo's cross-examination with him? Because you did a pretty good detailed back and forth with it.
I mean, if you feel like it, sure.
Yeah. So I retweeted where this starts. Lewis QC says, "Why are you qualified to opine prison notes if you've only been to prison once in the last year?" Dr. Deely says, "I think that Mr. Assange has identified that he is selective in who he engages with in terms of his disclosures of his thoughts and feelings of his mental state. Documentation from the prison notes varies in terms of detail. QC Lewis will challenge the idea that Mr. Assange is on the autism spectrum on the basis of other medical experts disagree with the diagnosis." QC Lewis asks, "You're either autistic or you're not. You don't become autistic, right?" And Deely says, "A person's autistic traits may become more evident as their circumstances change. The assumption is that the traits are always there, even if they are not expressed." QC Lewis says, "You can now make the diagnosis because it's a lifelong condition. You're looking back." Dr. Deely says, "Yes. The United States government is going to play clips from Assange speaking at the Frontline Club as an example of his ability to engage in conversational interchange with Dr. Deely, which Dr. Deely says he hasn't seen. Before the video is played, some tech issues. Of course, QC Lewis says or asks, were you aware that Mr. Assange hosted a television chat show in 2011 called Julian Assange Show for the TV program RT? No, not necessarily. It remarked in the interview with Dr. Dreyfus, when Mr. Assange is talking about subjects which he is knowledgeable and the interest is able to do so at length. Not unusual for a person, not unusual for people who are on the highly intelligent on the autism spectrum. What happens with intelligent people with autism very often is it is outside of those pieces with which those people are interested. The more spontaneous interaction which provided much more challenge, Dr. Deely says. And then Mo says here, non-verbatim, QC Lewis asks, "Are you trying to give an objective opinion to this court?" Dr. Deely says, "I am." QC Lewis says, "If we show material which shows the opposite to the traits that you say, would you take this into account?" Dr. Deely says, "Yes." QC Lewis says, "So you've got to now take them into account rather than try to excuse them away, seeing what they are." Dr. Deely says, "Yes, I was trying to offer some important context for the court." The court is now playing a video of Julian Assange answering questions at the Frontline Club regarding putting lives detailed answer as to the publication of materials. The court is now playing a clip from Mr. Assange to the second question at the Frontline Club. Man, Mo is a beast this morning. He's seriously just put out like 18 tweets in a minute. Mr. Assange says in the second clip that we are not obligated to protect other people's sources, military sources, spy organization sources, except from unjust retribution. There are numerous cases where people sell information and frame others to engage in genuine traitorous behavior. And actually, it is something for the public to know about those behaviors. QC Lewis asked Dr. Deely. QC Lewis asks whether Dr. Deely sees these two clips as contradictions to the diagnosis that Mr. Assange is being applied to the autism spectrum. Dr. Deely responds, "No. I wouldn't actually agree. I think that it is a very important example of what I was talking about. A highly rehearsed role talking about a question in which he has expertise in a highly structured context within an impressive monologue. There isn't a quality to having a response to an informal social interaction in which he is required to notice and respond to emotional cues of his interlocutor. I'm assuming the person he's talking to. He's in his comfort zone, but quite distinct from those provided by Dr. Dreyfus in some detail. QC Lewis asks, are you trying to help the court? Edward Fitzgerald says, objection. The judge says, overruled. Dr. Deely says, well, I am trying to help this court. I understand my duty is to the court. So Lewis there going in trying to lead a witness. We have one more tweet by Mo as of a minute ago, and that's seriously, like, not even kidding, almost 8 tweets in a minute. And they're mostly grammatically correct, which is even more impressive. James Lewis QC says, James Lewis QC is now reading through the prison medical notes, possibly from when Mr. Assange was in the medical wing, to Dr. Deely in the case of Mr. Assange having good eye contact at times and smiling inappropriately, interacted well with patients and staff on different dates. What is inappropriately smiling? Like, Steve, could you give me an example of smiling inappropriately? You're muted, buddy.
Remember on The Simpsons how Dr. Hibbard would always laugh at the wrong time?
I never watched The Simpsons.
Oh, you fucking heretic.
Hey, man.
I'm also not a fan.
At any rate, I don't really have an example of it. I guess inappropriate smiling is completely up to the observer on that one, because how you determine whether or not something is inappropriate is, fairly open to interpretation. It's just an example of James Lewis trying to, like, overly flex, and he usually shoots himself in the foot when that happens.
Just for the people in chat real quick, I've retweeted on the action_for_Assange page the major topics, and then I'm going through and I'll only retweet specific ones of importance, like where Mo says the cross-examination started and stuff like that. If you guys do have questions, please put them in chat. Steve and I are not experts. Hold on, there's a loud. Steve and I aren't expert witnesses, but we can help give context if you guys have any questions about the court case or anything that's happened leading up to this. So don't be afraid to drop a question in chat, no matter how irrelevant you think it might be, because you never know.
So real quick though, about this tactic that Lewis uses, and the fact that Baraitser overruled a perfectly legitimate objection from Julian's legal team. This is something that Lewis does with pretty much every fucking witness.
With immunity at this point.
Yeah, where he'll, as soon as he hears the witness give an answer that destroys Lewis's own credibility, he will immediately turn on the witness and be like, well, are you trying to help the court, or are you trying to editorialize, or some shit like that? And this always happens after there's a full, detailed, relatively complex answer that only someone with extensive background in whatever field they're speaking on would be able to deliver. So the defense has every right to raise an objection here, but we're seeing Vanessa Baraitser in her role as full-time judge, part-time prosecutor,
Yeah, we would actually like to, just in humor, refer to her as Magistrate Vanessa Baratzer QC, just because she has done such a great job helping the prosecution. I wouldn't call it a great job, but so as of about 30 seconds ago, Defense Assange put out in a tweet that says, Lewis reading from a recap of interviews, noting good eye contact. Dealey contextualizes the eye contact. The format in which he observed is relevant. Calls interviews with Assange's mother, comments from Kopelman, and doesn't assess Assange has no nonverbal communication.
So the prosecution here is doing something that, in my opinion, is pretty gross, and that's they're trying to paint the entire autism spectrum as a homogenous thing, and everyone who is on the autism spectrum as a uniform being. And that isn't just dangerously stupid. It should be highly fucking offensive to anyone on the autism spectrum or with someone in their life on the autism spectrum. That, despite my calm exterior, I am a tempest of boiling rage.
Dude, Misty's gonna be so pissed when she sees this.
My
Yes,
God.
she is. So I do want to hop over to Richard Medhurst because I always enjoy him. Let's see. The prosecution rises to begin cross-examining Dealey. Lewis begins questioning the expertise of the witness and how he is qualified to comment on prison conditions if he only visited the prison once during the last year. Dealey previously said that he diagnosed Mr. Assange with Asperger's. Lewis attempts to dispute this. Lewis seems to possess a very draconian view of what autism is, assuming that people are on the spectrum. Assuming that people are on the spectrum are somehow unable to speak. He is playing a video of Assange in the Frontline Club attempting to counter Dealey's diagnosis of Asperger's. Dealey sees the video as supporting his diagnosis, contrary to what Lewis claims. Lewis asks the witness if he is attempting to help the defense and neglecting his obligation to the court, a recurring theme in his questioning. So we know that Lewis is going to do this. It's what he's done for the last 2 weeks now because he has a non-defendable position. So literally all he has to hope to do is throughout all these lines of questioning, not get pushed back to the beach and forced into retreat. We did have a couple times during week 1 where Lewis literally just called the questioning early because of how bad he was getting his ass kicked. So that was fun to see. I'm going to hop over and check Mary Kostakidis.
There's nothing really new in the last couple of minutes. I just checked.
Okay. Do you want me to have the, not for right now, obviously, but the stuff about special administrative measures? I'm ready to go for lunch.
Sure. I have it. I have at least the that darkest corner report up.
Okay, I do not. I closed it last night or this morning by accident. Getting my browser working right. Oh my God, it's so cold. Global warming needs to hurry up so that way this porch isn't so unbearable.
That's not how that works.
Hey man, I've watched Fox News. I don't know what that has to do with anything. That was totally the wrong. Anyways.
To pick back up on Mo's thread where I'm sorry, where Lewis was trying to incorporate phrases like good eye contact and smiling inappropriately. is just in the last minute or so. Dr. Deely answers that these notes of, quote, good eye contact must be placed within context of the totality in the context of the case. Eye contact must be in the context of all nonverbal communication, body posture, etc., assessed in more formal settings like when people are being interviewed, as well as more spontaneous settings. It is not concluded that Mr. Assange has a complete absence of nonverbal communication. It's a judgment about the amount and quality of nonverbal communication that he exhibits. I do not accept that he was depressed in time and that it is an explanation for the reduction of the in communication. That is a clunky sentence, Mo.
Yeah. It's a judgment about the amount and quality of nonverbal communication that he exhibits. I do accept that he was depressed in time, and that is an explanation for the reduction in communication. That is pretty intense. Let's see. And again, if you're following along at home, Kevin Gosztola, Mary Kostakidis, Assange Defense, Mohammed Almazy, Richard Medhurst. Who else has access to this? Like, is there other people doing this that we don't see?
I don't think so.
Like, where's the CNN correspondent, the MSNBC correspondent, and the Fox News correspondent, and the TYT correspondent? Yeah, like.
Well, I have it on good authority that TYT is obviously busy covering the California wildfires.
That is true. I did see that they're doing 24/7 wall-to-wall on-the-ground coverage with the prison slaves.
They won't even send anybody to a fucking protest, dude. Like, the Convo couch. Fucking Pasta and Fee have, like, out-mediated 99.99% of LA media simply by showing up at events.
Mm-hmm.
It is goddamn ridiculous. And fuck, man, bless them for it. Love those guys.
Someone said Courage Foundation might have one.
So Haza in the chat says F Press was saying that it was only the Sunday Times and the Daily Mail reporting on it over in the UK. And that's a shame.
It is a shame. Mimi's up.
Well, yeah, it's 3:00 in the afternoon over there.
Oh yeah,
or whatever.
So almost
plus 15 for me, plus 12 for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's literally the other side of the world.
That was fucking fun, dude. If you guys are watching right now and you weren't here for the vigil last night with Syrian girl Mimi, she's fucking feisty, dude. That was good shit.
That was probably one of our best vigils, at least in the last month, maybe. Like, not that we do bad vigils.
Andre says this at the end of every vigil.
No, just like every other vigil.
Single
yeah,
one.
you do. You totally do.
Yeah. Well, that's
but to be fair, it was a good one.
We always one up ourselves.
They're all different. I mean, we've got story time with Ray. You know, we've got a pretty wide range of people that come on, so it's always different. But last night was really good.
I totally want to get Danny on the next time we have Mimi on.
Heck yeah, that'd be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. See, now that's not adversarial or confrontational, Andrew. It's not pitting direct ideological polar opposites against each other and being like, hey, you pick up that pointed stick and you pick up that pointed stick and you two run at each other. It's different from that.
Hey man, we are wonderful moderators. I just want to say that just to toot our own horn a little bit, that we're pretty cool guys. Let's see where the threads are at. Are you laughing at me, Steve?
Maybe.
I'm muted, but I also laughed at you.
So Mohammed Almazi, as of 3 minutes ago, QC Lewis is now asking Dr. Deely why he omitted certain comments from the medical notes and the ADOS test from his final report for the court. Dr. Deely says that he is engaged in a careful process of weighing available lines of evidence before coming to his ultimate conclusion. I don't think Lewis has asked a good, relevant question this entire day yet. Like sometimes he'll get off those good one-liner questions and then still get slapped down. But at this point, he hasn't even asked anything that I would say was like, "Whoa, that was pretty good." So just to give a little bit of context on who Deely is, Consortium News put a tweet out that says today's witnesses are expected to be Dr. Quentin Deely, an honorable consultant psychiatrist with the National Autism Unit, Adult ADHD Service, and Behavioral Genetics and Autism Assessment Clinic, and Paul Mullen, Professor Emeritus, I think, of Psychiatry at
Emeritus.
Yeah.
It means for life.
Okay, cool. At Monash Uni in Melbourne.
It's like a professor emeritus is like being like an honorary lifetime faculty kind of thing. It's an honorific.
Okay. This is a minute ago from Assange, or from at Defense Assange. Lewis suggests having sole custody of a child contradicts this diagnosis. Suggests that no court would give custody to someone who struggles to develop peer relationships. Deely disagrees. Again, Lewis is an idiot and a lawyer with a mega brain.
Are you kidding me? Are they trying to fucking argue that autistic people can't have fucking children?
Yeah. I mean, that's the state of the U.S. government. Like, he's literally arguing for eugenics in court.
Dude, that's some fucked up shit.
Yep. Deely disagrees. Says making relationships based on shared interests, not inconsistent with Asperger's diagnosis. That's super fucked.
So 5 minutes ago, Mary Kostakidis says Deely continuing to give very calm, comprehensive answers about what was excluded from his report, while Lewis attempts to elicit a simpler answer that would discredit his previous judgment, but this is proving unsuccessful. Someone called S. Dreyfus being quoted again about long-term friends of Julian and allowances they make for special or different attributes of Julian Assange. Lewis again asks if whomever Dreyfus is a medico, and he explains when doing useful collateral interviews, it is standard practice to talk to non-medical people. The crux of, or one of the main thrusts, I guess, of Lewis's argument this morning seems to be centered entirely around eye contact. While completely ignoring that there is a very broad spectrum that covers autism and that there's no uniformity to it whatsoever.
Man, I've got OCD, and eye contact's one of the issues with that. And it doesn't mean you can't do it. It just gives you fucking anxiety when you do it. Like, it doesn't mean you can't. It's just uncomfortable to do so. This is fucking ridiculous.
It's like a real-time 1940s propaganda film.
Mm-hmm.
like
It's
with all of
it's
the
like reefer madness for mental
backward,
health.
huh?
It's like reefer madness era for mental health or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's about what I was trying to invoke there. Yeah.
So this part, everyone will still love this. Prosecution just keeps getting better. Lewis says a lack of empathy is part of the Asperger's diagnosis. Quotes a mother calling him selfless, says it isn't wholly inconsistent, or isn't it wholly inconsistent? Deeply says no, not uncommon for someone with Asperger's spectrum disorder to be dutifully principled and moved by the idea of suffering in general. So apparently, you can't have empathy if you have Asperger's. Fuck Lewis. That's
I mean, look at this shit, dude. James Lewis suggests having sole custody of a child contradicts diagnosis. Suggests that no court would give custody to someone who struggles to develop peer relationships. Dealey disagrees, says makes relationship based on shared interests not inconsistent with an Asperger's diagnosis. Like, this dude is seriously trying to trot out, I mean, almost fucking Victorian era theorizing about autism. It's fucking gross.
Richard Medhurst says, this is as of a minute ago, in a similar fashion to yesterday's proceedings, the prosecution is attempting to pressure the expert witnesses into altering their diagnosis of the patient. This is rather concerning. I can't fathom how a court sees a lawyer fit to dissect mental health evaluations by several psychiatrists. I agree with that. I agree with that wholly. And if you remember from yesterday's court proceedings, multiple times Lewis had to be reminded, "You're not a doctor. You're a lawyer." So I expect to see some more of that as Dealey becomes more and more impatient with what Lewis is trying to do, because it is dumb.
Well, here's the thing, and this is pretty consistent throughout the trial too, is that these defense witnesses, like, Jesus, I got a fucking moth attacking me. The defense witnesses are all professional people, and they're used to giving court testimony. So the fact that every single one of them has just been like slapping their forehead within the first 10 minutes of meeting this ass clown.
Consortium News is killing it, by the way. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to. I'm getting caught up on their thread. I didn't see them actually going through all this because I was clicked on the wrong tweet. They're back at where the video is, but they were keeping up rather diligently. They were just replying to one tweet instead of in a thread, though, so it made it kind of hard to follow. So let me see. As of 4 minutes ago, they said Lewis is challenging Ooh, they put her Twitter handle in here. Heck yeah. She's going to be a guest on the vigil, hopefully. Lewis challenging Dealey's opinion. Is she a medical expert? Dealey said that is not required. I have gathered sufficient qualitative evidence over many years to make my diagnosis. James Lewis reads the family description of Julian Assange as witty and a great father. Is that compatible with your diagnosis?
You fucking fuck these guys.
Right?
Dude, once Misty finds out what the topic was today, she's going to be fucking bulldog on Twitter, man.
19 seconds ago, this is as of Consortium News, Dealey says people with Assange's condition can be dutiful. James Lewis says, how can someone like that host a chat show? Dealey says, I repeat that they can have a lot to say about their area of expertise. James Lewis says, you are not making eye contact with me. Is that a trait? What a fucking cock. He's literally insulting the fucking witness asking them if they have autism.
Shit stain.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? Like how is the judge even allowing shit like that to proceed?
Concierge of the State Department.
That's fucking incredible that they're letting that actually float in court.
Yeah, this is all pretty fucking gross.
How are you going to ask a witness if they're autistic? I wish Misty was here with us. This would
I
be
like
way more
Barry's last little editor's note on this. Right after Lewis asks him, does Dealey's avoidance of eye contact with Lewis prove Dealey is autistic? She says, but he could have said there's no point in looking at you because you are looking down and furiously turning pages while I'm trying to speak.
Maybe Lewis has autism.
Right?
Like, where's everyone else shouting this shit out? Like, how's a witness or how's the prosecution even allowed to be like, well, are you autistic? Like, what?
Wow. Just wow.
I can't read it off right now, but there's a funny message in our A for A DM, Steve.
Okay.
Oh, the good Kevin is good. So Mary Katsakias has a bunch of stuff coming out. And I just want to back up because she usually gives really good context. This is as of 15 minutes ago going forward. Dealey continuing to give very calm, comprehensive answers about what was excluded from his report, while Lewis attempts to elicit a similar answer that would discredit his previous judgment. But this is proving unsuccessful as always. Dreyfus was quoted again about being a long-term friend. Being long-term friends with Julian Assange and allowances they make for special and different attributes of Julian. Lewis again asks if Dreyfus is a medico, and he explains when doing useful collateral interviews, it is standard practice to talk to non-medical people. Lewis asks about Julian Assange's ability to have 5 children, and picks up Julian Assange's mother's comments about him being a dedicated and extraordinary father. Dealey says that it is not unusual for people with this disorder to have heightened senses of duty. Someone on this spectrum can be dutiful, principled, and have acute higher order function, but in social situations demonstrate qualitative, extraordinarily odd behavior. Lewis asks him, does Dealey's avoidance of eye contact with Lewis prove that Dealey is autistic? He answers this well, but he would have said, he answers this well, but he could have said that there is no point in looking at you because you are looking down, furiously turning pages in your notes. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
This is how low the U.S. prosecution has fallen to try to continue this case forward. Is they're literally calling witnesses retarded.
Yeah.
Like not even in so many words. Dealey asks him, or Lewis asks Dealey, does your avoidance of eye contact with Lewis prove that you're autistic? Like, what?
Does my foot in your ass prove I'm hostile? Fuck you.
Right? Like, how's this dude even, like, if he has a job after this, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed. He's going to be former prosecutor QC Lewis by the end of this.
Jesus.
Like Miss Dobbins is about to get promoted for how terrible that's going to be, because this
Nah,
guy's done.
he's still gonna have a job. I wish it worked
Mm.
like that, but it don't.
I don't know, man. This is pretty bad.
Dude,
Like,
I worked with lawyers a long time. They can fuck some shit up and still like have a job.
that's fair. He might get put on like document duty or something, though. They're going to make him flip pages. He's not going to be allowed to ask questions in court anymore.
They might
he'll
not give
be
him a
paid
case this
legal
big,
analyst
but
at MSNBC.
That's true. He does have a mega brain.
Mega Brain will make lots more money doing that.
So Mary Kostakidis with some editorializing. She says, you have to admire the restraint of this witness and his capability to articulate lucid responses despite the persistent wooden cross examination, showing not only the usual attempt to elicit different responses, but it appears a failure to actually comprehend the answers on the part of Lewis. Mary Kostakidis continues editorializing. To be fair, Lewis may be feigning not understanding. We do know that Lewis has a mega brain, so I would say that he's probably feigning, because you can't get anything past that mega brain. Like, it's just.
I mean, look, dude, I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but as a layman, if I see someone talking about their own mega brain, my first thought is, well, that's some projection.
Right.
You know, God, you are really trying to sell yourself, aren't you? Because your work can't back up your assertions.
So I think James Lewis has autism, though I'm not shaming him. I want to get him the help he needs. That coming from one of our wonderful friends. I love that guy.
We
the things that make my cold heart jiggle. To steal one of your lines, Fish. There's a bunch from Assange defense if you want to go through it here. It would just be getting caught up. Their last tweet was a minute ago. I had us leaving off at the 10-minute mark. Lewis cites Assange's articles, books, interviews, and speeches. Dealey says it's not unusual for someone with expertise to be able to speak about it. Others have noticed that the Edwardian style of speech is an unusual formality. Lewis says, why do you always defend this diagnosis? Why aren't you unbiased? Dealey says, I'm giving a summary, a comprehensive judgment. As I'm dying. So this actually gives a better context to what Lewis's question was. I hope this is as close to verbatim as we can get. Lewis asks, you often look at the ceiling instead of making eye contact when answering my question. Is that a trait? Dealey says, I don't think I would score highly on an ADOS test. It hasn't been put to me before, but I'm addressing you, Judge, and the defense. So that's a little more clarity on that tweet there, or on that comment. I can't believe he would ask that.
I mean, so this is where watching law shows on television has probably influenced the way the court proceedings happen now, because only a fucking hack TV writer would create a prosecutor as fucking maladjusted as James Lewis. So Lewis is watching these shows like, oh, I'm gonna do that in court one day.
That I honestly think that may have been why he was late Thursday of the first week. I think he was just sitting up watching like NCIS and Criminal Minds. He's like, I'm gonna figure this out. Like, they're not getting nothing past me. So I added that tweet from Defense Assange to the thread here where the prosecutor literally calls a witness autistic. I've never heard of that before in my life, but I added that to
Yeah,
that
that's a
thread.
new one.
That's a new one. Hey, at least they're pulling out some new tricks.
It's like
He
it's
says
a
we
fucking smear too. It's fucking disgusting.
Mhm. So it is confirmed we are going to have Kevin Gostola joining us when we go on lunch. That'll probably be in about another hour. I'm checking through to see where we're at with Consortium. 5 minutes ago, talking about another trait reported by Dr. Woodhouse. Lewis is reading. James Lewis says, on one observation with Mrs. Woodhouse, you have said that the trait is satisfied. Dealey says, I took my information from Suzette Daly, I believe. Lewis continues to challenge Dealey's assessment. Really? Like,
Fucking Josh is booking a plane ticket today.
You know me too well.
I'm
I'm
getting
so
on
mad,
a plane.
dude.
I'm gonna
This
fly to
shit-
London. I'm gonna find James Lewis. And when I do, I'm gonna
We're
fucking
doing
slap him with a live mackerel.
Yes.
Fucking trout slap you, motherfucker.
Right.
So 3 minutes ago, Consortium said that Dealey asked about the risk of suicide. So Dealey is now cross-examining James Lewis. Lewis says, Lewis says, given his situation, would the risk not be the same as any other person of his age? And Dealey says, no, his condition greatly heightens the risk of suicide. And then end cross-examination. So I guess the way to end the U.S. prosecution's cross-examination is to start cross-examining the cross-examiner.
I'm sorry. I now have a cartoon image in my head of James Lewis QC getting slapped with a live fish.
No, I read that wrong. Dealey was asked about the risk of suicide. I'm sorry. It's way less entertaining now. But Dealey asked about the risk of suicide. James Lewis says, given the situation about the risk not being the same as any person of his age, Dealey says no, his condition greatly heightens the risk. And then that's where Lewis calls it. So, not unusual for Lewis to get his ass kicked and then say, I can't do this anymore. So maybe we'll see Dobbins step up to the plate, maybe. Actually,
No, that just means he's done with that witness.
the court breaks for lunch an hour early than usual. This is as of a minute ago from Consortium. The court breaks for lunch. Defense lawyer Edward Fitzgerald will take instruction from his client, so I am glad that he is getting this time to meet with Julian. Dr. Quentin Dealey is back in the afternoon for re-examination. It appears that Professor Paul Mullen will not be able to attend, so the defense is trying to contact another witness. Just to remind everybody, it is the prosecution and the court itself that is failing to have the prosecution maintain what I would consider a reasonable time while cross-examining witnesses, but also has allowed the prosecution to heinously interrupt the court proceedings with Lewis two Thursdays ago just straight forgetting everything in court. Didn't have his laptop charger, didn't have his notes, woke up in the wrong house, couldn't connect properly with another device, although he could be seen and heard. Says he couldn't cross-examine witness. To her credit, Vanessa Baratzer says, no, we're still doing this. About 20 minutes after that is when Mrs. Dobbins' husband may or may not have something that was or wasn't similar to coronavirus. That situation is what's generally referred to as the COVID scare during week one. When really it was just Lewis not being able to participate in what he's getting paid to do, so they called it sick. I still think that there should be some type of fucking criminal fraud charges happening there. But that's just me. I don't know.
I mean, you'd have to prove it.
Dude, the UK has the most hardcore contact tracing software. Like Lewis or Dobbin's husband would have known about this before he knew about it. Like, if you know anything about how Orwellian the UK has become following COVID-19, you'd understand that they would know, and they would have had potentially alerted Lewis if their contact trace database society was actually functioning in the way it was intended. So, do you want to start digging into Sam's until we're joined by Mr. Gostola?
We can do that, sure.
Because he's getting caught up on tweeting right now. I'll read through his three because he just put them out. Lewis went through several examples of the assessment of Assange that showed...
I'll be back here in a minute.
Okay. Lewis went through several examples from assessments of Assange that showed that he engaged with good eye contact, and asked Mr. Dealey, or asked Dealey, and asked why Dealey still maintained his autism diagnosis of Assange. Lewis asked if depression could be an alternative explanation for the reduction in nonverbal communication. Dealey said Assange's mother, as well as Kopelman's interview with people who have known Assange, helped form the basis of the diagnosis. Lewis said, but he fathered children and had a relationship with a woman, or with women.
Yes,
US
because autism makes you not want to fucking be with somebody else. That's what it does.
Right.
Jesus.
U.S. prosecution here arguing, well, how can you have a woman if you're autistic? I got a buddy who's like hardcore Asperger's spectrum, and he's a pretty good lady killer. But just to finish off this tweet, Lewis asks facetiously, but he fathered children and had a relationship with women. Dealey follows up by saying he has had very few lifelong friends, and people who have befriended Assange all had to make allowances, accommodate odd aspects of his interpersonal functioning. So that actually kind of resonates with me. I don't want to get into too much about me personally, but yeah. Lewis continues, but he has written books, given speeches, and hosted a chat show. Dealey says it's possible to both have a diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome and to demonstrate expertise and be authoritative and knowledgeable while talking about certain topics. Lewis says, you don't mention the fact that he's written or given speeches. Why do you simply always try to defend the position? Dealey says, it's a summary judgment. I have notes that features... I've noted the features are milder than marked. So just to remind everybody, the prosecutor is a lawyer, not a doctor. He's trying to play doctor here. He might even have like one of them little stethoscopes on. But he's an idiot. So far today, we have seen the U.S. prosecution argue in court that you can't have a girlfriend or a wife if you are on the autism spectrum, that you cannot raise children if you are on the autism spectrum, that you cannot look people in the eyes or function properly in that way, and that eye contact proves that you don't have autism.
Mega brain.
Dude, I wish I was inside that mega brain, because wherever he took that, he knew right where he was going, to the point that he would just called it because he couldn't handle it anymore. Like, at least he was smart enough to know that he was losing again.
Oh man, this guy's really pissing me off.
Like, so 29 seconds ago, Kevin Gostola says, Lewis asked Dealey if he has an autistic trait because he's looking at the ceiling and not making good eye contact during cross-examination. Dealey took this in stride, saying that he is talking about the body language of the judge and other parties in the courtroom, or taking in the body language of the judge and other parties in the courtroom. So I'm going to add this one to the thread of Lewis calling the prosecutor autistic, or the witness autistic. Like, how you gonna do that?
Shit stain's gonna shit stain.
Right? Like, that's there forever now, buddy. Like, there's no taking that message back. Lewis asked if it is simply that Assange has an elevated risk of suicide compared to the normal population of men. Let me reread that. Lewis asked if it is simply that Assange has elevated risk of suicide compared to the normal population. Dealey said no, he would attach more weight to the risk than that. So we have a comment over in chat saying, "Breaking news: women sometimes initiate stuff." Oh man. So
Muted.
Breaking news: women be shopping.
So if you guys in chat do have questions, they have gone into a lunch break already. I think it is about an hour sooner. Yeah. They usually go on lunch at 1, which is 8 o'clock Eastern time. They went on lunch at 7, which is noon over there. And that's because Lewis just straight couldn't do it anymore. He literally asked a line of questions about the witness himself being autistic, and then spun it into asking, well, shouldn't that put Assange at a lower risk of suicide? In which case, a proven medical expert says, no, he has a higher risk of suicide. According to Article 91 of the 2003 extradition agreement, that statement right there should end this prosecution.
One more time?
The section we read of Section 91 of the 2003 extradition agreement between the U.S. and the U.K. That one statement, that one line that the witness gives should, in theory, because of the way that the trial or that cross-examination ended, that's the case. Like, it's over. It's over if everything works the way the law says it works. The only way that this would keep going and then an extradition would be approved is if we literally live in a draconian police state and we're seeing just a Stalinistic Mussolini-style court play out in front of us.
Well,
or a cartoon.
Yeah.
Or a cartoon.
But if either the UK or the US gave a fuck about their own laws, Julian would never have had to have gone into the embassy in the first place.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Fucking hilarious watching you play with your mustache.
Dude, it's killing me. I woke up late, so I didn't get to shower this morning. So, like, I didn't get to, like, work on it before this. So it's point of OCD. But we have Mary Kostakidis coming in. Short break before Fitzgerald gets to re-examine Dealey. Fitzgerald said there is no witness for this afternoon, and the judge has asked I'm assuming it's like the judge has asked from now on to be organized. It seems the 2 days lost due to the non-COVID event, I love you, has resulted not only in the loss of 2 days, but slowing down the witnesses. Cannot necessarily be rescheduled to accommodate the court timeline. Stella, Jennifer, and Gareth are interacting. No sound. I wonder who the cluster of people sitting in the court to the left of the Julian Assange group, Stella, Christian, Joseph, Jennifer, and one other. But now Lewis is seated with them and conferring with them during the break. I don't know if anyone has seen The Campaign, right? The Will Ferrell, Zach Galifianakis political movie. But there's a scene in there where, like, they go to shake hands and be nice right before a debate, and all it is just the most hardcore shit talking. So I really hope someone in that group of 5 people from Julian's team has the audacity to say, why aren't you making eye contact with me, Lewis? Are you autistic? Like, I hope, like, I pray that one of them has a darker sense of humor as well. Like, please.
Shame Craig Murray isn't in the mix for that one.
Oh, Oh man, we're gonna have to read Craig Murray's article on this one. I feel bad that we haven't read through all of them because they're
He
all
writes
great.
a book every day.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like it's a quick summation.
No, he does what we do, but
Yeah, Murray's
They're all
putting
worth
5
reading.
hours of commentary into that article
Yeah.
every single day.
which is wonderful. And you guys should go to Craig Murray's website and check that out because it's hilarious and he does a great job. So what I think Lewis, this is just came to me. What I think Lewis was trying to do was solicit laughter from the court in his own defense, like because yesterday he almost got laughed out of court with his line of questioning. So I think that may have been what he was going for, like trying to drop a witty one-liner, but ultimately just making it look like he's an idiot because he's an idiot. Mega Brain. I gotta get something. We gotta get some
My
stickers.
chat's fucking hilarious right now, by the way.
Lies.
Be right back. I gotta go drop a Lewis. Well done. Sleepy
Well, I
dog.
would actually call it a Dobbins because she's the number 2 prosecutor.
Oh, nice.
Hey, the combo couch is up and retweeting us right now.
Yeah, I don't think Fee sleeps.
No, I don't think
If she
anyone
does.
sleeps.
It's from like 7 a.m. to about 1 or 2.
Yeah. So we love you, combo couch. You guys are amazing. Yeah.
So this is lunch break.
This is lunch break. Kevin
There's
Gastola.
there's no second witness.
Not as of yet. There is going to be a cross-examining by the defense of Dealey. It would be great if they asked, well, do you think James Lewis's failure to understand what autism is would place him on the autism spectrum? Because there's obviously some kind of computational error there within that mega brain because it's probably not one of the fields of expertise that allows him to, have a normal conversation. I think Richard Medhurst, if you remember his tweet yesterday about being thankful that Lewis was a lawyer and not a doctor, I got to go back and find that because that was pretty fun. You remember which tweet I'm talking about, Steve?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Let me see if I could pull it up.
I know it said NHS in it, so Medhurst NHS. Here we go. I got it. So this is from yesterday, and this is just showing you how incompetent Lewis is. Lewis blatantly and embarrassingly tells Kopelman that he is attempting to alter his diagnosis of Julian Assange's mental health. Kopelman slaps him down, reminding him that he is a lawyer and not a shrink. Sounds like the response a lawyer would give, to be fair. Oh, what happened? There we go. QC Lewis throughout his various suggestions seems to think that the consumption of milk and oranges and playing pool on occasion indicates perfect mental well-being and physical strength. The NHS should thank their lucky stars he did not become a doctor. I love that. So I want to go through and collect all of the times that Lewis got shit on and put them into one thing, and I'm going to make that a little segment for us on the vigil for Saturday, maybe, hopefully, where we'll just
got to call
literally
it dropping
go.
a Lewis, man.
What?
We've got to call it dropping a Lewis.
Dropping a Lewis.
That's the segment.
Dropping a Lewis and doing a Dobbin. But I'm gonna run inside and start a second pot of coffee while we wait for Kevin Gostola to hop in with us.
Sure.
Cool. Hold down the fort, Steve. I believe in you.
I will absolutely do that.
I'll be back in like a minute.
All right. You guys are fucking cracking me up there. Oz Whistles, the judge's name is Vanessa Baratzer. If you need me to spell that out and put it into the chat, I will. That's Vanessa Baratzer, concierge for the U.S. State Department, sometimes prosecutor, ostensibly judge, but more facilitator. Let me go back up here. Oh, fuck. Y'all.
Right?
RSFO. We just learned that her name is spelled Mickey Matt. That's good shit. That's good shit. Let's check in with Mo here real quick. So, apparently what made Lewis snap early and call his cross-examination early was that last little exchange there with Dr. Deely, where despite relentless badgering on the part of QC Lewis, Dr. Deely refused to alter his diagnosis in the middle of court, closing by saying any responsible clinician caring for Mr. Assange under present circumstances would ensure that risk of suicide was actively managed should a determination be made to extradite him. Would not buckle to Lewis, and Lewis losing the narrative called for a break, because that's what you get to do when you serve at the pleasure of the Queen. There will be no disparaging of banjos in my chat, Jane. We are a pro banjo people.
And mandolin.
It's true. It's true. You can pick on banjo players, though. Yeah, but not the sweet, sweet dulcet tones of the banjo itself. That's funny. Is there such a thing as common banjo jokes, Oswizzle? Like, is there universally recognized banjo jokes?
You just found your calling, Steve.
Like, what's the difference between a sack of shit and a banjo? Banjo bounces when you throw it downstairs.
You are a dad.
Oh boy. I should probably pull up the graphic for A4A's schedule this week so that we can talk about what's going on there. Today is Wednesday, correct? Is it really Wednesday? It's all kind of
Yeah, it is.
blending for me. So yeah, today's Wednesday. This is this week's event schedule for all of the DC actions. Today, the crew will be at the White House Visitors Center. It's on the backside of the White House, closest to, I believe, Freedom Park. Freedom Park, where you have to pull a permit to hang out. Tomorrow they're going to be in front of the Newseum, which, if you were listening last night, this is going to be repeat information, but there used to be like a Free Press Museum in Washington, D.C. That building was bought by Johns Hopkins, and the testament to the free press in America has been turned into luxury condos, which is pretty suitable metaphor for what has happened over the last couple of decades. We originally wanted to have a completely different event at the Newseum, but again, building sold, bought by Johns Hopkins, turned into luxury housing. No longer an enshrinement to the free press. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeesh. That's just horrific. Let's go back. And then Friday, they'll be back at the Lincoln Memorial, which is where we started the first day of Julian's trial. All around a good day. It was. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Just got like paper plates and chips and fucking 3 Hot Pockets, and you're also muted. Nobody can hear you.
No, it's just some French fries.
French fries.
I was gonna bring my chicken sandwich out here, but I didn't want to be like.
The fuck you doing with French fries at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Because, so, last night while we were doing the vigil, Kimber ordered Popeyes through DoorDash, and the first time Popeyes came, they didn't actually show up. They dropped the food off at a house 3 streets over. So we did it again, like got DoorDash again, because they like credited it back and everything. But it showed up at almost midnight. It was like 12:30 when the chicken sandwiches and French fries arrived. So I was already asleep. Like they got there, and Kimber was eating as I was like falling asleep on the couch. So I have a spicy chicken sandwich in the fridge as well, but I will not eat a spicy chicken sandwich on camera.
All right.
I'll save everyone the struggle.
That is fair.
Do you want to do special administrative measures till Kevin gets here?
Yeah, or they come back from lunch, whichever happens first. We got about a half an hour.
Yeah. It's perfect.
I don't have any of the PDFs open.
I'll find the PDF real quick.
I'm getting there, though. Give me a sec. So we were on section 10, and we hadn't got up through the beginning of subsection C in section 10, if I remember right.
Yes. We were on, I believe, we were in B on... Nope, you're right. We were on C itself. We had gotten through rights to a defense. There's doggos.
All right, so I guess I will put this.
I can screen share it if you want.
I just made it a little bit bigger
Have
and
Steve do it.
hopefully
You're good
easier
at it
for the
first.
folks at home to take a look at. Just as a quick refresher, SAMS is short for Special Administrative Measures. These are the completely debilitating and torturous conditions that Julian Assange would be subjected to here in the United States if he is allowed to be broad daylight kidnapped and brought over here. We had gone up through the beginning of this. This section will be all about how special administrative measures violate fundamental civil liberties, beginning with the right to free speech. A number of SAM's provisions burden free speech rights guaranteed under the First Amendment and international law, while prisoners' First Amendment rights are limited. Restrictions on prisoners' rights cannot be arbitrary or irrational. SAM's restrictions on prisoners' communications are impermissibly overbroad because they restrict far more speech than is necessary to achieve their stated purpose of protecting national security. The censorship regime that restricts prisoners' access to materials also unjustifiably restricts their First Amendment right to receive information and ideas. The gag order accompanying SAM's restrictions further violates prisoners' family members' First Amendment rights, functioning as content-based restrictions on their right to speak. Further, by forbidding journalists from any form of communication with SAM's prisoners, SAM's regulations may violate news gatherers' First Amendment rights to access information and the public's concomitant right to receive information. SAMs violate prisoners' rights to associate with forms of community by severely curtailing their ability to maintain relationships with family members. SAMs violate the right to family integrity, which is recognized in the U.S. Constitution and protected under international human rights laws. Restrictions on group prayer, along with limited access to chaplains and religious texts, further burden their right to exercise their religion under the U.S. and international law. Together, these restrictions deprive prisoners under the debilitating conditions of SAMs of their ability to access lifelines of support and community. Right to due process. SAMs violate prisoners' rights to protection against deprivations of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, particularly the requirements of adequate notice and a fair hearing. The government's failure to sufficiently explain why SAMs are authorized for certain prisoners means that people lack notice of what behavior leads to their imposition. The boilerplate language used to justify individual SAMs inhibits people from effectively challenging their conditions. Deficiencies in the Administrative Ready program and barriers to accessing federal courts make challenging the conditions after they are imposed extremely difficult. Further, courts' consistent deference to the executive's arguments that SAMs are necessary based on broad and vague allegations of national security interests has limited meaningful judicial review of the purported justifications for SAMs. Prison conditions trigger these due process protections when a prisoner suffers from an atypical and significant hardship in relation to the ordinary incidents of prison life, and particularly when those conditions last for a long time. The Supreme Court determined that the conditions of extreme isolation and infrequent review at the state supermax prison were both atypical and significant compared to ordinary prison life. Numerous appellate courts have held that prolonged isolation implicates prisoners' due process rights under this standard. SAMs bear many of the same features condemned in these cases. They impose more isolation than other solitary conditions and deprive prisoners of almost all human contact. They can last for an entire year without review and be renewed indefinitely, and they bar prisoners from participating in programs that would ease their conditions as a reward for good behavior. You want to jump in with any comments there, Andre?
I just want to point out how this is no different. Well, it is different, but technically different than what Julian has gone through in prison in the UK. I don't know about UK's use of special administrative measures or things like that, but there was literally a 6-month period of time where Julian's attorneys didn't get to meet with him. How is that really any different than what SAMS is being imposed as in the U.S.
I mean, it's not. It's the same sort of conditions without the official designation. We haven't even heard that much from Julian's legal team, if at all. Like Jen Robinson has done Glenn Greenwald's show, but I can't think of like too many times when anyone remotely connected to this case as part of the defense has been allowed to publicly discuss it. Like they can discuss broader implications and they can kind of talk around issues, but I haven't really heard anyone from Julian's legal team directly address exactly what was going on with their client and what Julian stands to be facing. And it's possible that they are under some sort of administrative gag order. I don't know. I don't. It does seem odd to me that they're not running to whatever press will listen to them all day, every day.
It's the problem is there's probably not much mainstream press that will listen. That's because you don't even have the mainstream press covering this case at all. Like we talked about last night on the vigil, really the only thing that they're covering in regards to it is stories that there's already a pre-propagandized spin on that they don't necessarily need to mention, but that these major platforms like CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, Guardian, such like that, they already, the only things that they're covering are the Trump pardon offer and the letter from all of the different international leaders. And that's it. They're not even talking about the implications that this has on press freedom. But we are back from recess as of 16 minutes ago.
Okay. Recess or the break? Are they back with...
Yeah, defense re-examining confirms that Dr. Dealey spoke to Assange for 6 hours over a series of interviews in July. So I'll pick this up and read through the defense Assange tweets because there's only 3 of them. We are back from recess with the defense cross-examining. Confirms that Mr. Dealey spoke with Assange for 6 hours over a series of interviews in July. The judge objects to questioning as leading without prosecution raising anything. So again, Vanessa Baratzer, I would like to congratulate you on your position of U.S. prosecutor. I can't wait to see that QC put on the end of your name there to signify your fall from grace. Dr. Dealey explaining the difference between a speech or an interview in a set format as opposed to an unstructured and informal environment. Characteristics of autism typically appear to have a latter setting where the person has to identify and adapt to social cues. If the person is an expert on a subject, not atypical for them to be able to speak about that subject at length. The difficulty is in reading social cues and understanding how others in social settings are perceiving a situation. What?
That bird's drowning you out.
That bird's driving me nuts.
Andre's going to get up and go strangle a blue jay in about 5 minutes.
I think it's
we'll get kicked off of Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and all that shit because of human on bird violence.
I might have autism. I have to check with Lewis still, but
you can't because you have children.
So do you want to read through Mary Kostakidis' last couple tweets?
Sure. So going back about 10 minutes now, 15 minutes now, Fitzgerald confirms Dealey interviewed Julian for 6 + 2 hours, but the diagnosis was also based on the results of a test for this disorder conducted by someone else. Adds that characteristics of autism appear in informal social situations rather than structured situations, apropos to the video clip. This is the video clip they were playing earlier from the Frontline Club where Prosecutor Lewis was trying to say that there is no possible way that Julian could be on the autism spectrum because he fielded a question. Dealey provides examples of his eccentric behavior described by Jay's longtime friend S. Dreyfus, saying it's typical for Asperger's. Also, he can't handle small talk about football or the weather, to which Mary editorializes, what a relief. Apparently not a fan of football or the weather.
Fuck the weather.
Dealey talking about the uninterrupted monologue on a topic he is an expert about, the video clip being typical. Dealey elaborating on eye contact modulation as a yardstick. Dreyfus described the difference between arrogance and blindness. Mary's postscript on this is where comments of Guardian journals and a judge that he is a narcissist fit in. I think the same error in reading Julian has been made.
Could they enter that into the, well, I know it's in the record, but could they use that as a, hey, you said he's a narcissist, but these are the characteristics and how they're actually autism? Do you think that would be a thing that they could do?
I mean, it's possible. I don't know. It is important to point out that one of the judges that referred to Julian as a narcissist is currently sitting in that courtroom, ostensibly presiding over this hearing.
Yeah.
Because, you know, impartiality is the hallmark of the British judiciary system.
And just to throw it back to yesterday, I don't know if you guys remember, but Lewis, actually, the prosecutor Lewis, brought up the conflicts of interest that Arbuthnot and Baratzer have. And I think that that's just kind of worth pointing out. But it might be interesting to see if the defense can take that anywhere either, because the only time that I think there was a movement made on that was when Arbuthnot stepped back to be the behind-the-scenes judge, like the handler judge, so to speak, and put Baratzer up as a front. Largely because nothing is known about Baratzer.
Well, and that's intentional.
Yeah.
It's always the people who are like the biggest fucking scumbags on the planet that are successfully able to scrub their internet history.
I will take, Professor Mullins is unable to testify this afternoon. There is no witness after this one, and Baratzer is livid. She insisted that Fitzgerald and the defense team find someone to take the stand. So let's go through why it is that way. Can we do that again?
Sure.
Cool. So week one, right? The first day of the trial, the first witness, Mark Feldman, was unable to initially connect, right? So that delayed court because of the court systems and because they aren't allowing witnesses to appear in person for the most part. And then towards the middle, he ran into more technical issues, which delayed that witness until day 2. So we lost half of day 1 due to technical errors. And then day 2, which was Tuesday of the first week, we had to pick up the second half with Feldman's testimony. So we lost the second half of day 2. Day 3 went over relatively smooth. There was some technical issues, but they did get through a full day of court. Day 4, which was Thursday, was I like Mary Kostakidis' term, the non-COVID scare, where Lewis left his laptop charger and notebook at the court, woke up in the wrong house, couldn't connect to the software properly, tried to protest that the court should be suspended for the day. Baratzer said, no, we're not suspending it. Mrs. Dobbins calls in sick. Court was suspended until Monday. So we lost Friday of the first week and Thursday of the first week due to prosecution, and we lost a whole day due to technical failures on behalf of the court. The second week, everything was going relatively smoothly, but there was a push by the prosecution to constantly get more time to question witnesses. There was multiple witnesses where they spent in excess of 3.5 to 4 hours, where the defense only got a half an hour before and a half an hour after the 4-hour questioning period by the prosecution. Then there are other witnesses that happened during the second week that the prosecution was calling their line of questioning early because Lewis or Dobbins was just getting slapped down so hard. So I believe that they called a 4-hour testimony after about 45 minutes during the second week. We had last week we had El Masuri, or Khalid El Masuri. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
El Masri.
El Masri. Khalid El Masri, who is a torture victim that was renditioned and sent to the salt pit in Afghanistan. You had Lewis motion to only accept the written statement. Vanessa Baraister says, no, we are going to allow him to testify. Due to technical difficulties, he was unable to do so. So Lewis got what he wanted. All technical difficulties seem to benefit the State Department at this point. I don't know if Vanessa Baraister remembers all of this, but the prosecution and the Queen's Court or Queen's Counsel and the judges are literally the ones that are holding this up. The defense have been the ones that have been on point this entire time. Even having to reschedule, there was a delay the first day, so Monday, while the judge and the prosecution and defense were sitting down to figure out how to redo the witness list. We had Cassandra Fairbanks unable to join as a witness. I don't know if that was for technical issues or at the request of Lewis to only accept the written statement, but she did not actually get to speak in court. Is there any other delays that I'm missing?
Just random tech stuff that's happened throughout, really.
Yeah.
I mean, we probably lost a total of 3.5 days of testimony due to tech issues.
So if Baraister wants to be mad at someone, she can turn to her own goddamn court and say, get this technology working, right? Because that's what the problem is the court is failing. It is not the defense's fault that the court can't get their shit together and that the defense has been forced to reschedule witnesses almost every single day throughout this process.
Yeah, it's not like everyone can just sit around. Like they were scheduled to testify days ago. They didn't get to do that, and they have fucking lives and shit, and other obligations and plane flights and all kinds of shit. It's like, what'd you expect? Crazy. You're gonna get delays when you lose fucking 4 days of a trial. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah, and to the point that they were having someone like Daniel Ellsberg wake up at damn near 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to give a testimony.
No, I think in Ellsberg's case, they did give him a little bit of time zone consideration. He got to testify in the afternoon, but still, that's like 7 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah.
Where did you see that they didn't find another witness and Baraister was livid and shit like that?
Kevin Gastola's tweets.
Okay.
Yeah. Professor Mullen is unable to testify this afternoon. There is no witness after this one, and Baraister is livid. Insisted that Fitzgerald and the defense team find someone to take the stand. The defense is re-examining Dr. Deely. Deely says the autism diagnosis was based on tests administered, collateral interviews, case notes, and psychiatric reports, and 6 hours of interview. We have the always wonderful Mary Kostakidis putting out 5 minutes ago. The judge seems to be listening intently. The witness is very compelling and giving some extraordinary examples of autistic behavior from childhood through adulthood. It describes both the brilliant and what is both brilliant and special about Julian, recognized by many of us. Interesting details about Julian's life have been revealed, such as his grandmother on his mother's side isolated herself in her room and studied Latin. That's interesting. I think that's just to like harken back to potential family history that shows autism, maybe.
I'm stretching. Fucking.
Defense
I don't
Assange.
feel like I've been awake for almost 3 hours. I
No.
really don't.
No. I mean, I've been awake for 2.5, a little more than 2.5, because I woke up late this morning.
My alarm went off at 2.
No, I set an alarm for like 4:15, 4:25, 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock, and then just slept through all of them. So that was great. Richard Medhurst has some new stuff out in the last 15 minutes if you want to check that out.
All right, I'm pulling it up right now. So this is going to be in reference to the redirect by the defense talking to Dr. Deely. Deely reaffirms that he conducted an interview several hours long. We talked about that. Deely, in regard to the Frontline Club video, says it's not uncommon for a person with Asperger's to give lengthy talks on subjects they're familiar with in a particular structured social setting. Certain characteristics of autism more likely to arise in an unfamiliar informal setting. Translation: the video the prosecution played does not change anything about Dr. Deely's assessment, which is absolutely true. I can't stress how
really quick. There's a guy over in the A-Fray Restream chat that says, just get him out. Extradition is an option. Extradition is not an option. If you know anything at all, like if you have looked even the tiniest bit into what happens to national security defendants inside the United States, I would look up John Kiriakou, Chelsea Manning, Reality Winner, Jeremy Hammond, just to name a few. Extradition is not an option. The Eastern District of Virginia has an almost 100% conviction rate for people accused of national security crimes. So no, that is not an option. It will never be an option. When Julian gets sent here, in my opinion, he is as good as dead because he will be placed in a black site. We know what the CIA has done through the torture programs that he has revealed. And I don't think rectal feeding is an option for getting him out of Belmarsh fucking prison.
Not to mention the fact that because he would be a defendant in a national security case, his trial would be 100% off limits to us. They go at, in the Eastern District of Virginia, they go as far as blacking out the windows and covering the cracks at the bottom of the fucking door to make sure that no information can seep out. There is no press allowed. There is no public gallery allowed. The only people allowed in the room are the defendant, his legal team, the prosecution, the judge, and a jury. The jury, by the way, is comprised of people who are either married to, related to, or friends with people in the national security apparatus. So there is no fucking way under the sun anything even remotely resembling a fair trial is possible. The defense doesn't get to see the materials that the prosecution is using against them because national security. Like, is this starting to sink in at all how well fucked and far from home anyone would be in this situation?
And just to King of Roman Earth, I just want to make mention, if you look down in the description down below, there is a link specifically to contact the U.S. pardon attorney. There is a form you can fill out, a phone number you can call, and an email that you can send demanding that Julian be granted a pardon. He doesn't have to be in the United States to be pardoned. Just to be 100% clear, Donald Trump can literally just wiggle his finger on a piece of paper like he does a whole bunch, right? Follow the pen, and Julian could be set free. We know that Donald Trump is using the prosecution of Julian Assange as a political tool. While all of these extradition hearings are going on, there is a separate case with Fox News to get Julian to testify in a case about an article that they've already removed from their website about Seth Rich, to try to get him in that case to reveal who leaked that information. We know because of the disclosures in February between Kim.com and Julian Assange conversation that Kim.com helped facilitate the Dana Rohrabacher conversation to get Julian a pardon. Julian said no. They have a First Amendment and they can use it. So just to be perfectly clear, we do get it. It is you who does not get it. I'm going to link you to Special Administrative Measures document here on ccrjustice.org. for what Julian's case will be if he gets sent to the United States. It is the document we were just reading through. So please take a look at that and educate yourself before you say anything as heinous as that. Thank you.
Couple of updates from the Assange defense account. As of 5 minutes ago, long defense re-examination exchange basically confirms Dr. Deely's assessment that Assange is on the autism spectrum. End of testimony. Judge now talking about social distancing in the courtroom, suggesting those not directly associated with the case need to rearrange, parenthetically, they say leave, to observe social distancing. Fitzgerald says these are the same people who have been in court for the full hearing and they're spaced out. The judge says they'll need to rearrange and some will have to go to the overflow room. So berates her, further clearing the court after James Lewis's fucking shameless, outdated, fucking knuckle dragging line of questioning regarding the autism spectrum, eye contact, and Julian Assange.
So we're going to see if they ended up finding a witness. Oh, and Misty is up right now. So I don't know if she actually knows what has happened so far in court. So we're going to have to get her caught up. I'm going to find...
I sent her a message on Twitter. She'll probably see it and go look. She's not going to be happy.
Okay. No. I just tagged her in that, all the lines that we have about fucking Lewis literally calling a witness autistic. So I just tagged her in that. So hopefully she'll see those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what we want is a fucking enraged Misty before 8 a.m. Fuck.
Maybe she'll pop in.
Let her know she's welcome to. I'm about to message Kendra and see if she's down now that she's awake.
I have to say that I appreciate the trolls in chat because that just means we're being really fucking effective. And if you know anything about JTRIG and the way that private contractors and the intelligence communities will simply pop in to create dissent and try to be contrarian, you can kind of understand what's going on right now. I would like to point everybody to Contraspin and Freeing Julian Assange Part 3, where Susie Dawson goes into incredible detail talking about the state of the intelligence communities, the national security state, and the private contractors that are specifically designed to interfere with what we're doing with things like this. So thank you for the trolls for proving us correct. Yeah. Let's see the status of this court case. Do we have anything new from Consortium yet?
I'll
10 minutes
back,
ago,
guys.
Deely. Okay. Consortiums is so hard to follow.
So as of 11 seconds ago, Mo says court has risen for lunch.
Didn't we already rise for lunch?
No, that was the break.
Okay.
Mo from 5 minutes ago, following re-examination, there's a discussion with the judge and counsel about the fact that a witness due to speak later this afternoon isn't available. Judge very reluctant to lose the afternoon and is emphasizing she wants an alternative witness to speak today if possible. But Gerald QC earlier told the judge that even if we finished all the witnesses, and that is a tall answer, we couldn't have closing submissions and wouldn't be fair and appropriate to try to do that next week. Court has risen for lunch. So it looks like they're trying to extend this more than just next week now. This may carry over into a 5th week for closing arguments.
Yep. 3 minutes ago, Consortium News said, Edward Fitzgerald says that it is impossible to finish by the end of the week, going through all of the witnesses, then by already pushing it. But there would be no time for closing submissions. Bracer says that they should have thought of that and use the court's time more wisely.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck
It's
you!
literally the prosecution and the technological incompetence of the court that is delaying all of this. It has nothing to do with the defense. If anything, one could even go as far as to argue that it is the heinous lockdown in the UK that is preventing this court from proceeding in a standard manner, where the witnesses could be on there waiting, right, in the UK to be questioned. But unfortunately, due to COVID-19, the witnesses aren't able to actually be in London for the most part to testify and have to testify over a video link in the courtroom. So it's the prosecution and QC Bracer's fault that this is going on.
I mean, yeah. We should have a good Kevin in the next minute or 5.
Okay, cool.
Fucking good Kevin.
Do you want to pop back into the Sam's document?
We are goofy bastards. I would.
I wouldn't mind. I can go through the recommendations if you like.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the PDF I had up.
I got it. So we have the recommendations for what should happen with SAMs and the use of SAMs. Given the abundant evidence that prolonged isolation causes irreprehensible damage to prisoners, special administrative measures constitutes cruel and unusual punishment under all circumstances, and when used pre-trial or for any reason based on discrimination, they are tantamount to torture. The United States government should immediately cease subjecting prisoners to special administrative measures, regardless of any real or purported dangers a prisoner might impose. The government cannot impose a policy that amounts to systematic cruelty or torture. The government must find a way to protect the public while upholding basic human rights. Increased transparency. The Department of Justice and BOP, I believe that's Bureau of Prisons, should immediately release basic information about prisoners under special administrative measures, including the identity of all prisoners who have been subject to special administrative measures, their conditions of confinement, and the justification for imposing special administrative measures on those individuals. Moreover, the government should allow prisoners, family members, and attorneys to respond to the government's allegations in public and permit those who have witnessed firsthand the effects of SAMs to participate in public debate. Allow independent monitoring. The Bureau of Prisons should grant full and unfettered access to ADX, MCC, and other federal prisons where SAMs prisoners are held pre-trial and post-conviction, to the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, whose office has made repeated requests for such access to no avail. There is no justification for denying the Special Rapporteur on Torture and other independent human rights monitors access to special administrative measure prisoners.
So joining us now from shadowproof.com, the intrepid Kevin Gostola. How are you this morning, sir?
Yes. Let me get you some more light 1 second here.
Sure, man. Sure. Only reason it's bright where I am is because I have this like one massive light right in my studio pointed directly at my fucking dome. It's sometimes blinding. I should probably adjust that.
But good to join you. Good to join you. I can stick around for 20 or so minutes. Then I'm gonna go have a little break time myself. I wanted to drop by.
I'm disturbed by your lack of eye contact, Kevin.
Yeah. Well,
What the fuck, dude?
my gestures are a little incomprehensible. So
the stones on James Lewis it floors me. It really does, man. What he turned that courtroom into this morning was just disgusting.
I've covered a fair amount of U.S. cases, and I'm told that supposedly British courts are more decent and polite, but I'm not actually convinced that a U.S. court would have allowed a prosecutor to do what James Lewis has been doing, especially in the sense of where he outright attacks the witness as being somebody who is biased and partial often, and like very regularly when he gets to the point in his cross-examination. This isn't just for today's expert. Every other day, when he gets to the point in his cross-examination that the person is giving answers that don't fit into the prosecution's case, he just stops dead in his tracks. And you want to talk about showing signs of not being able to handle interpersonal relationships. I mean, he just like goes off and is like, are you advocating a cause or are you actually trying to help the court? And to me, I don't see where that would be a reasonable question in any setting. If you want to impeach a witness, impeach the witness, but don't just explicitly say, are you trying to throw this case for the defense, or are you actually giving fair testimony?
Right. Well, and it's I don't know, man. It's audacity on a level that I'm not necessarily familiar with because I don't associate with sociopaths. But
Did you see the Mega Brain?
It's mind-boggling.
Can you show Kevin the Mega Brain, Steve?
Oh, I can tell you. It'll take a minute for me to find. It's in my notifications.
So one of the friends of our show found Lewis's LinkedIn profile, and it has the best banner picture that I've ever seen for anyone. You'll appreciate this. But he does have eye contact in the picture, so keep that in mind.
He made some lame Shakespeare joke today too.
Well, so yesterday, and I would love to get your opinion on this as someone that was watching the link.
There we go, Kevin.
Yeah.
A charming man with a mega brain.
So yesterday, Lewis got almost laughed out of court because he was trying to discredit the credibility of an expert witness that he was using in another case.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that situation and what the fuck happened there yesterday?
Yeah, so I'm glad you say that. I actually didn't get into my coverage, but I imagine that's probably something that Craig Murray covered in his. I haven't read his dispatch. There's a lot of people doing coverage, but if I had to guess, that sounds like something that Craig Murray probably picked up on because he's very on to aspects of the system. I spent most of the time yesterday on the fact that on the fact that James Lewis was saying that Julian Assange is exaggerating his depression symptoms and like deliberately trying to deceive the doctors. And I was particularly taken by the conspiracy theory put forward, which is a conspiracy theory now within the conspiracy theory that is this prosecution's case. The conspiracy theory that Julian Assange is reading British Medical Journal and gaining ideas and insights on how to exaggerate his psychiatric symptoms when he goes to get consulted by psychiatrists, and that he's talking to his lawyers about how to do this effectively so he can beat his extradition to the United States. It's quite a conspiracy theory that this prosecution seems to have about Julian Assange. But no, I mean, I don't have the specifics, unfortunately, but I know that when we started court, it was clear that they both knew each other, that the prosecutor and Michael Koppelman both knew. Michael Koppelman seems like somebody who is regularly consulted for cases, that he's been used in the court system a fair amount of time in London. And so, yeah, I think it was kind of odd to me how it changed. I noticed the shift when they were doing the cross-examination, that it began very cordial. They were laughing. They seemed to be very friendly. And then all of a sudden, on a dime, it just turned, and he was as hostile toward him as he's been to, some of these other witnesses that have taken the stand for the defense.
And you had Kopelman yesterday reminding Lewis that he is a lawyer and not a doctor or a psychiatrist. So I thought that was one of those moments where Kopelman was like, I'm done with this guy. He's a fucking asshole. Throughout this entire court process. I am interested, though, in your opinion on Vanessa Baraitser blaming the defense for the issues with lining up witnesses. Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, my take is that's wholly unfair to blame either side. We heard today, right before we went, and I think this is important to note, whether we all can have different opinions on the information we're getting from public officials on how much of a threat the COVID-19 pandemic still presents. But the fact is that this proceeding is happening in a context of a global pandemic. So she turned and looked at Christian Harafson and other people who were in the well for the defense and told them that you're not sitting 2 meters apart. She's about to enforce social distancing. So it seems like when we come back in the afternoon, there's going to be at least 3 or 4 people who have been removed and told to go to other rooms. I don't know who's going to get removed, but I mentioned that to say that the problems with witnesses getting them scheduled are directly related to trying to do this in a pandemic. When we had this scheduled in May, before we knew that we were all going to be social distancing for almost the entire year of 2020, we were going to see all of these people travel to the courthouse. All of these witnesses would have typically gone to London to testify unless they had some medical reason or unless they were like Noam Chomsky, who's 90 years old.
Weeks older than baseball.
Yeah, right. So in that case, the problems we're having with scheduling have to do with time zones. She doesn't even consider the fact that when you ask Paul Mullen if he can testify on a certain date, he's the doctor that was supposed to be lined up for the afternoon. When you ask him, you have to deal with the fact that he's in Australia and they are in London. And so the exchange of emails and any kind of phone communication, there's a gap you have to deal with. And so apparently they were informed that he had something and he could not do the afternoon. He probably didn't know he was going to be in the afternoon before 24 or 48 hours ago. And so now they get blamed that they don't have anybody for the afternoon. What I'm afraid is she's going to look at their list of 10 or 12 witnesses that they have left for the week 4, and she's going to personally tell them that I think you can cut this one, and you can cut this one because I've heard this evidence already, and you don't really need to hear these people. So, that to me seems unfair. And also, even with all the witnesses, Fitzgerald's making the point that you're not leaving us any time for closing argument. So when are we supposed to do that? Both of them, even the prosecutor as well. And the prosecutor will want closing argument, so he's not going to let the court get away with not giving time. So, Vanessa Baraitser has some, where's she going to go? Like, where do people in London take off to? What island that was colonized by the British long time ago would she be taking off to? Diego Garcia or the Chagos Islands, or where is she headed off to?
Barbados?
I don't know. Is she, does she have some like tropical destination lined up?
I was going to say she's probably going to end up going to one of the South American countries to hang out with the remaining Nazis that are down there.
Maybe.
Right.
Maybe. Anyways, she's clearly got some kind of plan. So she's got a heart out for Friday.
Gonna retake the Falklands.
Yeah. So she's got some beach house or some place she wants to retreat to, and she's got to get her work done.
She's not even supposed to be here today.
Right. Well, I'm generally like generally, if anybody was going to complain about this being longer than normal, it would be us who have to get up before 4 and 5. But again, at this point, I still don't think the defense is doing this like I don't blame them for it taking longer.
No, if anything,
I mean, really, I mean, we lost 3 days in the first week.
Yeah.
3 days of testimony in the first week. We lost another full day in the second week with tech glitches. We've had significantly less tech glitches this week, but we're still playing catch up.
Oh yeah, 3 days is right for the first week, because the first day we argued over the fresh extradition request and whether that was something that should be permitted. And
then Feldman had the issues with his testimony
yeah.
for the first day that carried over into the second day.
Yeah. So we really only got through 2 people in the first week. Then we had the scare, and whether or not she even ever had COVID, but it was just common cold. So anyways, we took time off, which, by the way, I found to be useful because I did a lot of interviews with people and I appreciated the time. But now we're here and it's clear that we're behind. And I don't know. I mean, it's really absurd that, I mean, I guess it makes sense just because I can tell that she's, this is the kind of bureaucratic person she is. This is her mentality. But, she isn't. I'll be straight with everyone, and I mean, I think you'll agree that I don't think she's being fair when it comes to scolding the prosecutors as well for the time that they're taking. I mean, there's no way for at least the last for the witnesses that we've had in the last week, the prosecutors have taken an extremely long time with them, sometimes putting people on the stand for 3 and 4 hours, and the stuff that they've gotten out of them. I mean, so my point was, I think in particular, when you look at Eric Lewis, who was the U.S. defense attorney, and when you look at Kerry Shankman, who's also a U.S. attorney, who they tried to tie to Michael Ratner, who's dead, and then trying to get him to explain statements of a dead person. And it's like, he doesn't have any idea. And by the way, that person isn't here anymore, so you can't ask these questions. But both of them have no personal involvement with Julian Assange in this case. They have, in the timeline of what Julian Assange is accused of doing, neither of them had any interactions with Julian Assange. And also, they're not doctors. They haven't treated him, so they haven't had interactions with him. So they're not even what I'd call, primary witnesses. They're just secondary people who are experts. And so you put them on the stand and you waste our time just asking about the way you view certain cases and how you interpret the law. And to me, that's something where you could just write that down, hand it to the judge, and that's your argument, and just let her figure out how she feels about the people that the defense is putting on the stand. So we waste 2 or 3 hours with with James Lewis, and then Claire Dobbin, who is even too cold for Fox News, I think, No, I mean, she's one of the steeliest people I've ever seen in any setting. If you told me she was an actual robot that was engineered from Japan and exported to the UK to help improve the efficiency of court cases, I would believe you.
Well, we've seen a lot of evidence here for the pre-implementation and beta test trials of Neuralink. And I really don't think it's going well with the prosecution trying to network their brains together, because you see Joel Smith and Dobbins trying to behave the same way as Lewis in court, being this big tough guy. And it doesn't work for Lewis, and it doesn't extra work for Smith, and it totally didn't work for Dobbins, because Dobbins was forced to admit in court that if you've even read a WikiLeaks release or any type of classified material, if you've tweeted or even simply retweeted classified information, that you are, not could be, but are in violation of the Espionage Act. So I think that that's a really important thing too. Was there any other revelations that you saw, Kevin, that came out that might concern you about the larger press freedom implications or the legal standing of try to argue?
Yeah, so I'll just bring up again that I find it striking that there was this whole thing of we don't have I've said this in a prior streaming, but I'll say it again for new viewers that we had her basically cheer that Carrie Shankman agreed, and this is someone who was brought on as an expert on the Espionage Act, so they were glad that she was proud that there's agreement that there is no precedent that says they can't prosecute Julian Assange under the Espionage Act, and that's true. And the safeguard was the discretion of prosecutors and this tradition of not trying to jeopardize the First Amendment and to allow for the U.S. Constitution to remain in place. So they never really, we have all these examples of people in the press who were targeted and they were threatened with prosecution, and that was a bad thing, but they never actually brought cases against those people. And then now we're breaking the mold here as far as what the Justice Department has done. So I thought that was one of the more important things of the past week that didn't really get a whole lot of attention.
It seems like Lewis sort of resorts into almost this like Pee Wee Herman-esque behavior when he gets flustered, like when he straight up flipped on Dr. Dealey and was like, "Well, are you autistic?" I mean, dude, it's so childish. Like it's hard for me to comprehend that in the most important press freedom trial in our lifetimes, we have this like childlike, almost ape man as the point man for the crown.
Yeah. He asked, you're referring to, he asked Dealey if it was an autistic trait, because if he had an autistic trait, because he's not been making full eye contact with him throughout the whole proceeding. And he kind of like, I wouldn't say that he was taken aback or that it became awkward, but like he waited a little and then he said, "So I'm looking around the courtroom and I'm taking in the body language of the judge and I'm looking at what other people in the courtroom are doing, other parties. And so just to say that, like, I'm not solely going to be staring into your eyes for the next 2 hours." And by the way, the way the witness box is, because people can't see it and I can't do a quick sketch and then tweet it out, but the way the witness box is, it's like this. I'm using my hand, so it's kind of like it's facing out forward, and then you've got James Lewis angled in looking at the witness box. So he's off to the side of the witness box. He's not in front of the witness box. So most Americans would remember their like courtroom dramas or their court broadcasts of the lawyer being able to directly approach the witness. Witnesses are actually raised, like this box is actually pretty high. And the witness box is usually raised on the same level as the judge in the US, but this one is kind of weird in that it feels like the lawyer stays behind this bench. UK lawyers don't actually get out and walk around like US lawyers. So it's just, anyways, I'm just trying to like color in what the proceedings are like. He stays right there and the witness is always going to like, and so it's always going to be that like the Lewis is looking toward the judge and then off to the side at the witness. And then the witness is looking straight on at the judge who is seated in her bench.
I enjoyed Dr. Dealey's response, though, to even if I was looking at you, you wouldn't notice because you're staring down and furiously shuffling papers. You're not looking at me. Which has got to be distracting, too, by the way, if you're a witness and you're trying to give testimony and you just hear, over there from the prosecutor's desk, that's got to be just so irritating.
A lot of these witnesses have been very good at handling what I'd consider to be the antics of the prosecutor. I mean, and like you say, the tactic, to me, if we could, we can reduce. I mean, I don't like to oversimplify. There's a lot of time that I've spent on this case, so I'm interested in almost every exchange that I hear in the courtroom. But if I was going to reproduce it, or maybe let's say possibly satirize it for people so that they could understand what we have witnessed, it would probably go something like, you know, he comes in, he has a set of questions that he wants to ask, and immediately when he realizes he's overmatched and not going to be able to break down that witness and push them around, he resorts to, are you really like fair and impartial? Are you really trying to help the court, or are you just here to advocate a cause? And then, you know, the witness kind of like looks around and is kind of like who the fuck are you kind of thing. And like, I would agree, because you've been answering the questions as they have been put to you, and it's very disorienting because all of a sudden there's this prosecutor who's suggesting you're out of line, and you didn't really have any awareness that you were doing anything wrong. It's just like suddenly he's turned against you, and then the judge doesn't do anything to stop it. And so you don't get any help. Nobody comes to like tell the prosecutor like, whoa, just continue with your questions. You don't have to make it personal. And then, you know, most of these witnesses have stood their ground, and I'm very glad that they don't let the prosecutor push them around, because that's really unfair. So, you know, Craig Murray and some others have said this is actually going to work for the defense. It's going to be helpful the way that James Lewis has been handling himself, that like they believe there's a decorum you're supposed to follow in UK courts. And Vanessa Baraitser should have noticed by now that James Lewis is openly flouting it in the way that he's treating witnesses. So I don't know. I don't have much experience with what it is and is not like in British courts. And I also just on a personal and more like global note, I don't put much emphasis on politeness or courteousness in political settings. I just basically think everyone's an asshole involved in all of this. And so, like, you know, as far as like what people are expected to do and etiquette, I think most of that goes out the window in any of these political cases, because it's just about power, and and you know, getting the ends justify the means. They're going to do and say whatever they can to get Julian Assange to the United States. So I just don't really think that the pettiness is something to read too much into, as in like a thing that's going to like help make the defense, help turn things in favor of the defense.
I do think to that point that James Lewis's behavior is incredibly emblematic of the, I guess, sort of what he's representing, which is a hostile state who is chomping at the bit to commit violence against a journalist and publisher.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I want to ask you though, we saw, I believe it was Friday, where Khalid al-Masri, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, I'm trying, was supposed to testify in court, but Lewis, so the U.S. prosecution said, no, we don't want him to testify, we'll read a statement and that's it. Vanessa Baraitser says, no, he can testify. And then there was technical issues that forbidded him from testifying. And it seems like these tech issues are always in the benefit of the State Department and the U.S. prosecution. So I just wanted to give you a little, like, the floor here to talk about al-Masri's story. We have gone over it a little bit, but just for the new viewers here, who he is and how WikiLeaks helped him.
Yeah, so Khalid al-Masri is probably one of the more important witnesses in this extradition trial. He might end up being the most important simply because he could not ever possibly take the stand in a trial if it was taking place in the United States, since there is no public interest defense. And what Khalid al-Masri and his testimony goes to is this fact that Julian Assange, through his work with WikiLeaks, exposed war crimes and torture on the part of the United States. And Khalid al-Masri was in Macedonia in 2004. He was detained by Macedonian authorities. He was then kidnapped by a CIA team of 13. He was abducted, tortured, very graphically, I can say that he was shackled, he was sodomized, he was spread-eagled on a aircraft, and then transported across Europe to a prison in Afghanistan that is known as the Salt Pit. It's relatively notorious as a place where abuse and torture has taken place during the war on terrorism, and under the Bush administration in particular. As much as George W. Bush might paint some very fine paintings these days, the Salt Pit was a heinous place for anyone to be. And he was taken there. He eventually it was realized that he was not who the U.S. was after, that they had mistaken his identity, yet they kept him in detention. And he had to go on hunger strike. And on the 34th day, they were force feeding him. And then
rectal feeding is the term that was used, I believe.
I don't think he was. I think it was through the nose.
Nose tube.
Yeah,
while he was awake, they forced a tube down his nose to force food down his throat.
Yeah. So I mean, most often, the rectal feeding thing was something we got through the Senate torture report on the CIA's program. Most of the time, it is very aggressive, and they jam it through your nostril. Like, there's no effort to make it comforting, by the way. It really hurts you that they're jamming this thing up through your nose and trying to feed you in that way. And it can do permanent damage to your passageways as well, the way that they do it. And so that happened. And then, he came to, some more time passed, and he was allowed to be released. But in order to be brought back to Germany, he was basically reverse renditioned. He was given his suitcase, his clothing. He was put on an aircraft and blindfolded, so he didn't know where he was going. And then he was dropped in Albania, and police found him there. He actually thought he was then going to be attacked by these men, who turned out to be police. And he had no papers. He was in Albania illegally. Fortunately, he made it back to Germany. But his story, I'm sure that they didn't believe when he was trying to tell them that a bunch of masked men in the CIA had kidnapped him and tortured him for the last months, especially since he's a Muslim man, and it was 2005. And so it was 2004, 2005. And so then he spent the last 15 years trying to fight for justice. And when the cables were released in 2010, the very first cables that were published, is one of the first documents that were reported on by the media, was a cable that showed that Germany had been pressured by the U.S. government not to prosecute that CIA team, and that it started to color and give people a better understanding of why the international arrest warrant that was issued was not issued for the jurisdiction where the team is living, which is the United States. So it was really weird. John Getz, who was with Der Spiegel, gave testimony about the work he'd done investigating this team. He actually went to North Carolina and tried to find them and interview them about their role in the rendition and torture of al-Masri. And so he had the benefit in 2013, I believe, or 2012. He got a ruling from the European Court of Human Rights that said that Macedonia was wrong to be involved in this case, and that they owed him damages. And that referenced a WikiLeaks cable. It referenced documents about how the U.S. had thwarted accountability. So, at great risk to himself, he's participated in the defense of Julian Assange. He submitted this statement of support saying, he is grateful for the secrets that were published by WikiLeaks. And he's doing this under the threat of continued intimidation from the CIA. They told him when he was leaving not to talk to any media or to even talk to local authorities in Germany, or else there would be consequences. He's a German citizen, and he's experienced suspicious people walking up to his children. He's been blocked in on the motorway and had trouble, obviously trapped for an amount of time, not knowing who is harassing you. He's called the police to get help, and they've threatened to send him to a mental facility, believing that he was going crazy. And so this is this is a risk he was taking to back up Julian Assange, who has been, if not the number one, at least in the top 5 targets for the Central Intelligence Agency to go after, as advertised by Mike Pompeo when he first set foot, and when he first became the CIA director. He's not anymore, but when he became the CIA director and telegraphed through his speech that they were going to go after WikiLeaks as a hostile non-state intelligence agency.
Which to this day, like I've heard that whole speech a number of times now, to the point to where it's even getting like sampled into hip hop tracks. That and the Pompeo's "We lied, we cheated, we stole," like that's
Really
getting
quick.
sampled into hip hop music now, which I think is fantastic. By the way, like I think we should see more of that. I did want to mention real quick, Kevin. We had Mimi, Syrian girl, on the vigil last night, and she suggested doing some sort of like animation for this hearing, for the case, so that because it is in fact so fucking cartoonish, that setting it to a cartoon might be interesting. I don't have any free time, but if I did, I would get right on that. I would start.
But real quick, we have in one of the chats, I don't know which YouTube channel it's in. We have a pretty hardcore troll in there right now. I'm not going to block him because he literally is just sitting there putting his foot in his own mouth over and over again. So I just appreciate the people in chat that are taking the time while watching this to educate someone who's obviously uneducated. So I just want to say thank you to our chats for being awesome and helping this person through his process of understanding what the world actually is and how heinous the United States is. But that kind of positions me to ask you a question, Kevin. Could you talk about the conditions that Julian would face potentially here inside the U.S.?
Yeah. So I'm going to tie this into the Professor Koppelman's testimony from yesterday. I found it interesting that they had a conversation about the Alexandria Detention Center around the time that Chelsea Manning was had attempted suicide, and then she was allowed out of prison. This was when the COVID pandemic was ramping up, so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But I've always found it kind of odd how the grand jury investigation abruptly ended. I wondered if they knew that things were going to become difficult for the operations of the courts. So, but anyways, in March of this year, Chelsea attempted suicide, and then Julian Assange learned about this, and the Koppelman said that if Alexandria Detention Center can't prevent her from attempting suicide, that doesn't seem very reassuring for Julian Assange, who's going to go to would be probably detained in that facility before any trial in the United States. That's in the Eastern District of Virginia, where he's going to be put on trial. We've heard a lot of testimony about probably being held in a kind of supermax facility, probably in Colorado, or he could be sent to a communications management unit. There's one in Terre Haute. There's one in Marion County, Illinois, not too far from where I live. And these are highly restrictive. You get like one phone call a month for 15 minutes. And they put really high people who they think are national security defendants will be sent there. People who they want to restrict their communications will get sent there. Certainly Assange falls into that category. He could be put under SAMs, the special administrative measures. So what we've been hearing from these doctors is how the conditions in the U.S. would be much more isolating than anything at Belmarsh or even in the embassy, and that it would lead to a deterioration of his mental state. And in particular now, what we're getting, again, and I'm being respectful to Assange without maybe like delving into too personal of the medical history if I don't have to, but this idea that he's been diagnosed with autism and that would play into the risk of suicide. And then also the fact that he's been found to have a moderate or severe depressive state while in the Belmarsh prison. That certainly would be a factor in increasing his risk of suicide. When you think of like how he's going to be handled in these facilities, he's likely to be in a single cell for 20 to 22 hours, if not more, per day. Unlikely to be in general population. And what kind of recreation would you have? You may not be allowed out of your cell until the middle of the night. What kind of sunlight access would you have? There's a lot of questions, and I don't think that we'd get good answers if we did the research. We probably would find that the risk of suicide increases as we answer those questions.
And I think it's to point out that there is the attempted suicides that people do make in prison, and then there is the Jeffrey Epstein suicides that can happen. And I think both of those are a risk for Julian, because we know that the U.S. is literally drooling to get in there. They wrote, in case anyone doesn't know the context of how Julian got taken out of taken to Belmarsh prison from the Ecuadorian embassy, Rick Grenell, who was I believe the U.S. ambassador to Germany at the time, and is now one of the heads of the ODNI, which is the Office of the Director of Intelligence, National Director of Intelligence. He set up a back channel with the Ecuadorians at the request of a group of Democrats in the Senate, Dianne Feinstein and a bunch of others included, to request that Ecuador turn Julian Assange over and remove his asylum. The International Monetary Loan Fund, who is ran by a Trump appointee who is the former head of Pepsi, wrote a $4.2 billion loan to the nation of Ecuador, imposing strict austerity measures because the government had to have some way of getting that money back because it is a loan, which forced the nation of Ecuador to actually go into mass riots, which pushed Lenin Moreno out of the country. Lenin Moreno being the president of Ecuador that took the $4.2 billion loan. And he turned over all power that he had to govern that country because of the civil unrest to his, I don't know if it was his cabinet or his secondary head of state. But that's just the craziest thing that's even allowed to happen. But it's because we have these tyrants acting so draconian and openly on the international stage, but there's just no one pointing it out in the mainstream media. So I did want to ask you, though, because we have had tons and tons of content creators start covering Julian's situation a little bit more. Is there anyone that you would think or that you think deserves a good shout out for some recent coverage?
Yeah, well, so actually, just let me point people to this guide that I put together on my site at Shadowproof, because I'll admit that I'm frustrated because I'm doing a lot of work on a daily basis, and I don't like this whole. I don't mind the conversation about how the establishment media and the corporate media fails, but I really would like it if after people criticize and complain about the media, if they actually share some of us that are doing this work to cover Assange so that people can find out the information then. Because if you're concerned that people don't know about it and you know where people are actually doing reporting, then share that reporting so that people can know what is going on with Julian Assange. So I put together this list of all these people who have access to the courtroom feed or at the courthouse. I think Consortium News has been leading the way as well, doing this similar work to what I've done. They've got live streams that they're doing as well as they're doing their live updates. James Dolman is putting together the Assange Court.report. If you go to Assange Court.report, he's putting together the morning and the afternoon summaries of what happened. Mohammed El-Mazi has done excellent work. He's with Sputnik. Bill Goodwin is doing some pretty good work for Computer Weekly. Unfortunately, their stuff's behind a paywall, but he's doing live updates that's just basically focused on a lot of the computer forensic evidence that comes out and some of the things that relate to that. Tariq Haddad has done some excellent work. And then, of course, Taylor Hudak, friend of all of us, has done a lot of interviews outside the courthouse with people during and after. Juan Passarelli, filmmaker Richard Medhurst, and Mary Kostakidis in Sydney has been doing some good work. All of these people are sharing live updates. But then if you don't want to just get it from individuals, I include organizations in my list, mentioning that the Assange Defense, which is the U.S. Committee to Defend Julian Assange and Civil Liberties, from Courage Foundation, that Nathan Fuller, who's the director, I believe, is tweeting from that account, and that you've got John Rees with the Don't Extradite Assange campaign in the UK that's doing tweeting. And if you want to just know how open justice is being violated, you can follow Rebecca Vincent, who has done a good job of covering that angle for Reporters Without Borders, and even coming to my support when I was unfairly locked out of the proceedings on Friday, as they denied that there was a technical glitch that prevented me from joining the court. And also I mentioned you guys. You have been doing important streamings to help people cover it, to follow this in the U.S., because I don't think there's no other streaming going on in the U.S. that's making sure that people.
It's just us, homie.
It's just you're in a desert.
I meant to tell you this the other day when you popped in, but I told the Slow News Day audience that all of the super chats that come in during the month of September and October are going to go to Shadowproof as a thank you for the coverage that you've been doing over there.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, and I think that's what I'm going to, from now on, I'm going to pick an outlet and send 2 months worth of super chats to them indefinitely, just as a way to like kind of, pay back or show thanks for the people who've been on the show who've helped like proliferate genuine, accurate information. I'm incredibly grateful for that.
Yeah. And, I'm fortunate my website gets crawled by the massive media, or the massive Silicon Valley corporation of Google. So people are able to find our website. Some of these other people don't have that luxury. Some of their stuff gets suppressed or pushed down. It doesn't appear because of algorithms, other shit like that. So, I keep the mostly independent people on my list, and then as well as court reporters. And I just mentioned for people, just so people know, I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't be angry. Let's keep flailing around and trying to get the media to do more coverage. But I do want to point out that it was people like us who led with the Chelsea Manning trial. And so the people who have done good, solid coverage on this have been people who are court reporters, in the sense like back in Chelsea Manning's case, there was Adam Klasfeld at Courthouse News, who, and they're up in New York, and that was solid reporting. And then it was independent journalists like me, and then a good friend of mine, Clark Stokely, who would do sketch artwork on the court.
That's one of the reasons that we like Mo's coverage so much, and we have him on so frequently, is because he has a legal background. He was involved. I think he was either becoming a lawyer or worked as a paralegal or something like that. But prior to being a journalist,
I'm pretty sure he's an actual lawyer. Was.
Yeah, may have passed the bar. I can't remember 100%, but he's got an extra level of, like kind of inside baseball knowledge that he can deliver when he talks about these things. And I'm glad that you mentioned him. Mo's one of my favorite people, and just a master of circular breathing through answers.
Yeah. He's doing excellent work. All right, well, I'm going to have to jump off here. I want to take like 10 minutes before we get back to having court proceedings, and who knows if we're going to actually have somebody take the stand, or if Vanessa Bretzer is just going to hyperventilate in the courtroom for the next, 2 hours about how things aren't working. It sounds like no matter.
If she does have an exorcist moment, I'm not suggesting that you be this person, but I would love for someone to like just turn record onto their cloud video feed when we come back from the break here, because if she ends up just throwing green pea soup all over the courtroom, I want to see that.
I want to tell you, I think it sounds like no matter what, she's going to make us watch court for another 2 hours, even if there's no good reason at all. So I suppose she'll just start filibustering and just maybe she'll just start giving her own opinions about law in general.
She'll pull out green eggs and ham and start reading it.
We've seen her actually step up to be the newest member of the prosecution yesterday with Kopelman, to where Lewis was failing his line of questioning. So QC Beratzer steps in and starts asking questions of the witness because Lewis doesn't actually know what the fuck he's doing. But I don't want to keep you any longer with our fun here. So thank you very much, and we look forward to talking with you again, buddy.
Kevin Gosztola, shadowproof.com. He's at kgosztola, GOSZTOLA on Twitter. Make sure that if you're not, you are following that account, and that you make sure you do check out Shadowproof. There's great subsections within that website. Kevin also does a podcast with Raina Kalik every week called Unauthorized Disclosure. It's a podcast that focuses exclusively on whistleblowers. Highly informative. And just all around fantastic work from that guy. I'm glad that as shitty as the circumstances are, I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to get to know him a little bit better over the last year. And yeah, I can't stress enough that that is work that needs to be supported. And if you're super chatting my show, then you are supporting Shadowproof, because I am going to be making a contribution at the end of October. Hopefully that can be a handful, $100 to that outlet, because we need them to continue to operate. We really do.
Again, I just want to say I really appreciate our chat. There was a troll in there. I don't like banning people. I don't like blocking people because they put their own foot in their mouth constantly. We all know that the intelligence communities target things like this because we are literally the only people on the internet broadcasting live, giving an audio translation and real-time context to every little piece of this trial. So I just want to thank everyone in the chat for being amazing and handling that situation. If it continues too much, I will block them, but I just think that exposing this J-Trig and these operations that are just set out to troll and try to discredit us and what we're doing is, I don't know, it just shines a light on the fact that what we're doing here is super important. So I just want to thank everybody too. We're not wrapping up right now or anything, but being able to help us get here in DC for 3 weeks to be the boots on the ground in protest for Julian. On Monday, we went to the British Embassy again. I will have an angry 6-year-old at home because I did not wake the British up this morning. But yesterday, we did go outside of Trump International Hotel for about 4 hours. We did play the live court coverage that we did yesterday. Today, we are actually going outside the White House Visitor Center. So that will be fun. If you are in DC, I would implore you, whatever the word is, to come out and hang out with us. We're going to be just engaging with the general public, passing out flyers. We have little wristbands again. They're not the bright yellow ones, but we have multiple different colors. And we're literally just trying to engage with the public because no one actually knows outside of the Assange sphere or the bubble that these censorship algorithms have created what's actually going on and the accurate information. So again, I just want to say thank you to everyone for helping us crowdfund this action. I am going to be taking the GoFundMe for that down today because we do not need any more donations. We haven't received any in about a week, which I'm really grateful for. There are tons of other places and people you can support, like Kevin Gosztola, Consortium News, and all the other people reporting on the case. There is the Courage Foundation, and then there is WikiLeaks directly that you can donate to.
There's also Julian's Legal Defense Fund that Stella set up.
Yes.
And again, man, I mean, no matter what happens, either the state is going to appeal or the defense is going to appeal, and this is going to get further dragged out, which means a number of things. Certainly at the foremost are concerns for Julian's mental and physical health, and whether or not he would remain incarcerated during this appeals process, which would be fucking brutal. But that also means that there will be continued court costs. That means that his legal defense fund is going to exponentially increase, or the need to have a legal defense fund is going to exponentially increase. It also means that there is really there will be no slowing down or stopping with our work. In fact, hopefully this will provide an opportunity for us to galvanize more people. I think that because we've started to see positive movement during the course of this hearing, that the likelihood of us being able to capitalize on that in terms of turning it into a broader movement are substantially higher than they were at the end of the hearing in January. So I am I'm not necessarily encouraged, but cautiously optimistic about what the next several months or year and a half are going to bring throughout the course of this. I know that no matter what happens electorally in the United States here in a couple of months, that we are going to wind up with someone in the White House who wants to destroy press freedom, fucking period. End of story. So the opportunity to push back against that will not go away. And we're definitely going to need you guys' help and you guys' support throughout all of this. Support does not just mean finances. It means, putting your ass in the street. It means becoming as engaged as you possibly can, not just in real life, but in the digital space. But I want to harken back to all the way back to last night when we were on when we were doing the vigil with Syrian Girl, where she kind of turned her nose up at clicktivism, which is a good thing to turn your nose up at, because clicktivism is simply just sharing a post or something of that nature and never following through with what the post is about, whether it's a petition, whether it's email requests, whether it's, hey, share this with some people, that will then take themselves out of their house, off their couch, and get out into the streets to raise awareness about this. I guess my point is we're not fucking stopping. Not anytime soon.
Yeah, it ain't gonna
Hell,
happen.
high water.
I'm stubborn as
Literally
fuck.
the first week on Thursday when we were here, they pulled out a flash flood to try and stop us and to catch Steve in Baltimore. So we did. It would be classified as a parade. Can't really call it a march because we did pull a permit for it. But we did do a march down the street from CNN to Google. There was 6 of us dressed up as Guantanamo Bay detainees. The setup was a police vehicle in front of us, followed by 6 Guantanamo Bay detainees with a human transport vehicle that can, like a police transport vehicle that could house or hold 6 to 8 people, as we were proceeding down the road. And it was quite the spectacle. We marched from CNN to Google. Google is directly across the street from the Department of Homeland Security. That's about a mile or about a half a mile. And then from the Department of Homeland Security and Google, we marched to, in the same fashion, in a flash flood, to Fox News, NBC, and C-SPAN. A few hours after that event is when Tucker Carlson had Glenn Greenwald on to talk about this situation and demand that President Trump pardon both Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. So activism's effective, even if it's 6 people in Guantanamo Bay bags and yet orange jumpsuits marching down the street. You can make shit happen. Which lets me pivot here to the idea that we've promoted for 64 weeks straight.
Oh,
which is
real quick though,
decentralized.
while we're talking about that particular Thursday, oh hey, look, it's time for me to wake up. Anywho, we also had a solidarity action with the Reverend Annie Chambers in Baltimore. Reverend Annie distributes food and necessary survival supplies throughout her neighborhood and the Douglas Home Projects. It was so fucking awesome to hang out with her for a couple hours, and there was a flash flood that day. However, it was raining when we left for Baltimore. The skies parted and the sun came out when we got to the PJs, and it did not start raining until we left.
But I wanted to mention the idea of decentralized action. You don't need a group of 500 people to go out and make a difference. You can be the one person in your community to go hang up flyers and hang up posters and pass out information and take a megaphone or just your voice and go to your local media outlets and demand that they cover this in a fair and accurate way, because most of them probably aren't covering it at all. So be the weird person in your town that is willing to stand up and defend Julian Assange and our basic civil liberties and press freedoms at this point, because we need more people, and we do need more people in DC. But we need more people in their own cities where you don't have to take a huge road trip to get here or an airplane. That money would be better spent printing posters from your local UPS store and then going and stapling them to telephone poles. Please don't staple anything to trees. Trees didn't do nothing wrong. Telephone poles, stickers are great. You can use duct tape if they're metal poles. Banner drops work well. We do have the International Yellow Ribbons campaign for Julian too. And up on our website, we have our action submission box. If you do intend to remain private in doing this, because you do not have to share it on social media, you do not have to share it with us. But if you wish to, please send it to our action submission box, and we're going to be going through those and putting them up, saying thank you to everybody for doing the actions in their communities.
I have not seen anything alluding to the fact that they're back from break yet. Although
we may have a witness, Kevin Gosztola, before he actually hopped on here, said Professor Sina Fazel, a medical expert, can take the stand this afternoon. So we may have a second witness that's going to be cross-examined. But I do not see any more updates from anyone there right now. I do, real quick, as always, I'm going to screen share and shout out Mohammed El-Mazi's awesome work outside the courthouse. I don't know if he does or doesn't have access to the cloud video platform personally, but he does do reporting from the courthouse itself. So I just always want to show the pictures of the people outside there. And these are wonderful people. There have been activists that have been cited by the UK for protesting in support of Julian, which I think is detestable. But my internet's kind of slow as I'm sharing this, so the pictures aren't coming through super quick and high quality, but just to click through them. If you are in the UK, you can be the decentralized action as well. I'm not sure how the lockdown still exists in the United Kingdom. When it first kicked off, people were only allowed to leave their homes once per day for exercise and things like that. Reaching up and putting posters on telephone poles is really good upper body workouts. So maybe consider that. But we do not know as of this moment if court is back in session yet. It should be returning relatively soon. So we will just kind of wait to see what happens.
So let me reiterate, because there was a question in my chat about artwork that can be downloaded and printed, and if this does relate specifically to Julian in this case. I put it in chat, but I'll reiterate because we're on a couple other channels right now. Somerset Bean, his website is one of the places that we rely heavily on for our printed material. All of his graphics are downloadable for free. You can then have them turned into flyers, posters, stickers, whatnot. If you are looking for I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for like just artwork, there's a WikiLeaks art Twitter and Instagram account. Those images, I believe, can also be reproduced, but don't take my word for it. Make sure that that's something that you check on, because I don't want anybody to get into any unnecessary trouble. And yeah, just let me know if that's covering the basis of your question there, Oswhistles. And also, Oswhistles, I believe you're a moderator on the MCSC network, unless it's just specifically Convo Couch. But we would like to get some of the Team Assange mods on our streams on Nico's channel while we're doing that there. So if you are and you can, whenever we're streaming, hop over to MCSC and help mod that channel if you are so inclined. If not, fuck it. You do you. Like I'm not trying to force work onto anybody. It's just a thought. So Keen, I'm going to tell you to go to the Twitter account at Bedroom Junkie. That account does some incredible animation. Actually, that's somebody that I'm going to be hitting up at some point this week to talk to them to see if we can't coordinate with Mimi and a couple other people to actually produce a cartoon. Yeah,
I can't wait for
I'll
that.
go ahead and put that account into chat.
Just a heads up for everybody too. We are going to be launching an action for Assange TikTok. Now that TikTok is a banned underground platform here in the US as of Sunday, I believe it was taken out of the app stores, and you have to use methods to obfuscate your identity and location to be able to connect to it properly. That's as far as I'm going to go with that, but we are going to be putting stuff up on TikTok maybe after this week, but just as soon as we can get those videos produced properly.
Okay.
Let me check all the Twitter threads to see if we are back. And please, to the chat, if you guys have any questions, please let us know. We're not experts, like we said, but we've been following this case for a while and can provide as much context as possible for the proceedings and what's happening right now.
And let's be perfectly honest, man. In the grand scheme of things, there are definitely people who are more familiar with every minute aspect of this case than we are, but not many more. And certainly the amount of time that we have put into familiarizing ourselves with not just what's happening currently and what could potentially happen, but the entire history of WikiLeaks. Like, we are uniquely qualified to give analysis on this. Out of 7 billion people, there are maybe 100 or 120 who are qualified to comment on these things, and the Action for Assange crew makes up like a half dozen of those people.
We do have court back in session. We have the Defense Assange team saying here, and this was a little bit ago, but we have returned, so I just want to catch up on what's happening. Paul Mullen will not be called. Dr. Sandra Crosby examined Assange in the embassy, may be called tomorrow morning, but the defense needs to confirm her ability. The judge wants to finish the proceedings by October 2nd. She probably has to go on vacation, but may not be possible with 14 witnesses left plus closing arguments. I think it's time to start cutting prosecution witnesses since they are the one that's delaying court so hard. We did just get out of the recess for lunch. We are back from that. And due to the, I don't know, it may have been the people getting together to chit chat about Assange's case. We had Christian, Jennifer, and a couple others. The judge now is being hyper draconian and forcing social distancing for the first time in the court proceedings after Lewis got his ass ripped again from a witness. So they're just trying to force people out of court and make a power play here. It's not going to work, but it is sad to see the politicalization of people being allowed to be in the courtroom and where they are allowed to sit. So I just think that that's particularly disgusting. But we did have a new witness just get sworn in here. So let me see where I can pick that up from. I think Mary Kostakidis is on it right now. Yep, we have
Mo's on it too. This is Sina Fazell. She is an expert on prison suicides. I'm going to guess that this will not be the rosiest testimony that occurs during these proceedings. Having said that, forensic psychiatrist and an expert with prison suicides. They fucking kicked out Kristen Hrafson and Stella Morris.
Yep. Back to court. Christian and Stella are not in their regular seats. Perhaps they had to go next door, as per the judge's remarks. So if you remember back, and I hope people can remember back to February, when the first round of these extraordinary rendition hearings were taking place, you had Christian, I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name. I suck at his last name. You had Christian taken out of court then as well. And it was at the whim of the judge that he was removed and then allowed back in. This is a strength play, essentially. It is the court and the State Department and the UK just trying to say, hey, we still hold power. You don't have to be here if we don't want you here. So that's particularly disgusting that they would do that.
Demoralizing tactic. It's a way to make Julian feel further isolated after they just heard half a week's worth of testimony about how much severe isolation affects people. They're like, oh, okay, well, we'll have the court cleared then.
I'm going to drop the, real quick, just as a note, the Somerset Bean link in there. And then we have some really low quality black and white graphic posters. I would recommend, if you're interested in making your own posters, you don't need many. What you do is you make one poster and you download an app called Cam Scanner. It works best on Android, but it allows you to convert pictures into PDFs. So you can take the original poster you made, snap a picture with Cam Scanner, turn it into a PDF, and then print a shitload of them. And you can do it in black and white. You can do it in full color or however you choose. So there is that. The app is called Cam Scanner. And then I will go into our Google Drive and grab they're not very high quality, but they are the posters that I made that I was hanging up for a long time that we still use here protesting, that I still go and put up around the cities. Most notably, I believe it was, we put a bunch of them all over the Washington Post building when we were there during the first week. So do we have any more updates, or has the prosecution began bullying this witness as well? Or do we know who
it would
gets to
be
go
up? The
first?
defense goes first for a half an hour, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit for the badgering to begin. Oh no, I guess not. This is a prosecution witness.
I'm lagging super hard trying to find our Google Drive doc, so I'm going to try to pull it up from our website. And real quick, I have someone mowing the lawn. Contractor is going to contract. Down below, we have all the links to our calls to action down there. I'm going to mute myself for a minute, just because that lawnmower is going to make everything sound heinous.
So, a couple of minutes ago from Mary Kostakidis, prosecution witness, Professor Sina Fazell, Oxford University, a forensic psychiatrist with experience with prisoners, visits prisons fortnightly. Lewis says, you specialize in prisoner suicides. You're a world expert, published papers in medical journals, written a training course for psychiatrists. Then the picture froze and the sound dropped out. We have a statement from Faisal saying high risk means more than the general population in that age group. You can't anticipate future risk with any certainty. You need to do a reassessment. Look at the difference in tone between it's a prosecution witness and a defense witness. James Lewis is fawning over this individual's credentials, establishing her as an expert without ever once making her defend her qualifications. That's pretty fucking gross.
Funny how that works.
Right? Let me go down here. So according to this particular witness, Faisal has found that Assange is moderately depressed, would not classify it as severe depression as the defense psychiatrist has. Now talking about relative risk of suicide in prisoners, high risk must mean above average of other prisoners of the same demographic. The risk level changes. Faisal says prison suicide is generally rarer in the US than in the UK. Faisal says Assange's condition is not so severe he can't manage his suicidal risk. Phones the Samaritans, takes his medication. Phones the Samaritans. That must be jargon. I'm not exactly sure.
Sorry, the lawnmower guy's a little bit further down the road now, so I can talk for a minute here. Whose thread were you reading?
Mary's. Or no, that was Assange's defense. Sorry.
Okay, I'll pick up here real quick with Mary's. So the prosecution witness, Professor Stena Frazzle, Oxford, we all know that. Lewis says,
what the fuck did you just say?
What?
Stena Frazzle.
Frazzle.
You are banned from saying any names this late in the show.
Basil?
Bro.
I'm sorry. That's what it looks like.
Bro.
Anyways, Lewis, you specialize in prison suicides. You're a world expert, published papers in medical journals, written a training course for physicians. The picture froze and the sound dropped out. So more technical issues. That's wonderful. The witness says high risk means that there is more than the general population in that age group. You cannot anticipate future risk with any certainty. You do need to do a reassessment at that time. She continues to say suicide is a rare outcome. Julian Assange can manage his risk. Found the Samaritans, take medication, not consistent with severe depression, where he can resist suicide. So I think the Samaritans, she's referring to like a biblical term, like the Good Samaritan.
No, according to Liam Balbrick in my chat, Samaritans is a suicide helpline in the UK.
Okay, wonderful. I appreciate the clarification. But that catches us up with Mary. And yeah, I apologize. I'm terrible with names. Is it Fazel? Hey man, it's Fazel. Like
I would run with Faisal, but there is no T in Sina's first name at all. You're a funny guy, Andrew. Funny guy. That's good shit. It was brilliant. Let's see.
So Kevin Gostola here
right to
says,
worker.
Fazell says Assange has the capacity to manage his own risk, and that is not to me and that to me is not consistent with the idea, the notion that his mental condition is so severe that he can't resist suicide. Fazell is no expert, but he suggests the U.S. prisons would offer standard assessments and treatment of mental health problems and even cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah, this is someone who has never studied the U.S. prison system in any way, shape, or form. And it's nice to note that this is the individual that Lewis decides to introduce as an expert, demonstrating his extreme lack of knowledge, to say nothing of expert knowledge about the U.S. prison system and how they treat mental health here.
They treat mental health in prison?
Yeah, they treat it by pretending it doesn't exist and or over medicating.
I thought they threw you in the hole and shit and all kinds of crap. too.
Sometimes, yeah, that's true. That's true. I had to spend a couple of weeks in solitary, not because of my behavior, but because I had a fucking leg brace on my leg, and it was made out of hard plastic, and it had metal points on it. So they did not want me in general population because I could have taken the thing that helped me become ambulatory and filed it down. I'm serious. That was the logic.
Jesus.
That thing that you need to have on your foot so you can walk, you could modify it into a weapon. Sure,
I mean, your leg
You can
walks
modify.
like
You can modify
Yeah.
anything into a weapon.
huh?
I said you can modify anything into a weapon.
It's true, but I actually needed that to walk around with. At any rate, while I was in solitary, there were 5 other cells. All 5 people had some sort of mental illness that they were pre-existing before they got locked up. But that was the only other people that were in solitary. It's not as if solitary was helping them. If anything, it was exacerbating their conditions. It was fucking horrific, like to watch, to experience. Like, yeah, it sucked for me being in fucking 23-hour a day lockdown, but I can only imagine how much more horrible it was for someone with a mental illness. Not that I don't have a mental illness, but I am undiagnosed.
have we talked about Mohammed Almazy's last tweets? It came through like 6 minutes ago.
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm gonna, as the lawnmower runs to the other side of the yard, Mohammed says he has qualifications. Speaking about the witness, he has qualifications in forensic psychiatry. That means that he is a specialist in training in the assessment and management of mental disorders in prisoners, and some expertise in dealing with people who would go before the court, including their diversions in secure hospitals. The professor says that he visits the prison once a fortnight, weekly, for about 10 years before that. As a oh my God. As a consultant, I was visiting the prisons more often than I was as well. The professor continues that he was giving expert evidence by the government legal department, UN tribunals, Liberty, the defense solicitors. This lawnmower is driving me crazy. And the prisoners, ombudsman, on 6 occasions, coroners, and the specialization in prison suicide. He has published extensively on the topic and done numerous empirical studies, and recognized as one of the world's most experts in prison suicide. And if you look at how QC Lewis, the prosecutor, actually approached this, he was trying to reinforce the expertise of this person, which shows an inherent bias, where he should be simply presenting the same lines of questioning, questioning his expertise to make him reinforce that he is an expert, just like every other witness along the way here. You have the professor saying, I do not think that his depression would be called severe depression with psychiatric features at the time of my assessment in March and June. Note the correct spelling of the name Sina. Yeah, no, I'm terrible at that, Mo. Mr. Assange's condition is not sufficient for him to resist committing suicide, the professor says. Important to state that the suicide risk is something that changes. It is dynamic and changes in relation to circumstance. Very, very difficult to anticipate with any certainty what one's suicide risk would be within a month or two, particularly if the circumstances change. Suicide rates in prison in England and Wales are substantially higher, 4 to 5 times, than that in the U.S. What I have read is that the U.S. Does offer standard assessments and treatments for U.S. prisoners and medication. The professor says at the end of his examination by James Lewis. So the prosecution has stopped at cross-examining this witness now, and I don't know if that was based on time or Lewis's discretion. I'm sure we'll find out as more tweets come in. But that gets us caught up with Mo, and it will soon be Fitzgerald that's getting to ask these questions. So it'll be interesting to see how the professionalism of a prosecution witness holds up versus the professionalism of a defense witness. Oh, the lawnmower just turned off. So I think Mo is actually still on top of it.
So, here's we do have a couple of statements that Mary's been able to get out with this cross-examination. Faisal says there is a lower rate of suicide in U.S. prisons than in the UK and Europe, but I am not an expert at what services U.S. prisons have to offer. Fitzgerald says you agree he has severe depression and you didn't see him when he was most unwell. And Faisal agrees to that. Faisal agrees with Fitzgerald. It is an episodic fluctuating condition depending on the stresses he is under as per Koppelman. Also agrees association with his family is a factor that affects his condition, and that in June his suicide risk was high but mitigated by access to family. And again, if Julian is broad daylight kidnapped and brought to the U.S., he will be placed under special administrative measures, which means he will have no to next to no contact with his family, that his family would be legally prevented from discussing anything that occurred in the limited meetings that they had with him. Those meetings would be chaperoned by an FBI agent, as would his meetings with his lawyers. So SAMs equal no lawyer-client confidentiality equals a gag order being placed on the lawyers and on the family. And it basically skyrockets the risk of any kind of mental break.
So we have Kevin Gostola here picking up. We have the defense is cross-examining, I'll just call him the professor. They immediately note that he did not see Assange when he was most disturbed in December 2019, when Faisal assessed Julian. He was on medication and was no longer in segregation in the hospital unit in Belmarsh prison. So I think that establishes a base level of information that Faisal really doesn't know too much. Faisal doesn't know too much about this situation, at least from the deep firsthand experience of when Julian first began to be unwell. And even before that, when he was in medical segregation in Belmarsh, after he had first arrived there. So let me... 38 seconds ago from Mary Kostakidis. Faisal agrees that a very long sentence is a big risk factor. Fitzgerald refers to the Lancet article that Faisal authored, that solitary confinement exacerbates symptoms of mental illness. Faisal says that was written 9 years ago, but if there is a restricted exercise opportunity to Oh, I love cliffhangers that Mary puts in there. So let's see. Defense Assange has, Fazell confirms that solitary confinement removes opportunity to mitigate depression and can increase the sense of hopelessness and loneliness. And again, we know that it has already come out that Julian would most likely be placed under special administrative measures, which is literally the most hardcore form of solitary confinement you can have that is legitimately torture. So I think that that's always important to get out there. Let me see if Mary updated this last tweet. Not quite, but I'm sure we will have it in just a moment. So this is coming from Mr. Almazi. He says his quote is not verbatim. Fitzgerald's question, you are not saying that others got it wrong in December when they diagnosed him with severe depression and psychotic symptoms. Fazell answers, no, I am not. Professor Fazell notes that Mr. Assange's suicide risk in was high in June at the time that he assessed him. He also conceded that he has said previously that it is a fluctuation, that his assessment of Mr. Assange did not contradict the other sentences. That there are many risk factors that Professor Fazell says in prison life or a very long sentence would be a risk. He agrees. A risk factor, he agrees. So I'm going to mute again because now we got to read Lappers.
I see our guy has returned from when you were there, Steve.
Right. You'll never be able to convince me that that wasn't a fucking private contractor. Just never, the way that whole thing went down. So this is coming from the Assange defense thread. The latest tweet appears to be about 4 or 5 minutes ago. Fazell agrees a conviction and long sentence would be a risk factor for suicide and that the conditions in which he's confined can make a difference. Fazell confirms that solitary confinement removes opportunities to mitigate depression and could increase a sense of hopelessness and loneliness. So at least we're getting some factual concessions from the prosecution witness. Fitzgerald now asking Fazell about Assange's prospective conditions under special administrative measures, no association with other prisoners, and very limited contact to the outside world, which Gordon Kromberg said he may well be under. Would that exacerbate the condition? Fazell has to answer to that. Yes. Yes, it would. That's where the Assange defense account has ran out of
if you want to read the last two by Mary, she just updated that tweet that we fell off on.
Okay, let me go over to her page.
Yeah, it looks like it's her last three that we got to get through.
Okay, so Fazell agrees that a very long sentence is a big risk factor. Fitzgerald refers to the Lancet article Fazell authored, solitary confinement exacerbates symptoms of mental illness. Fazell says, well, that was written 9 years ago. But if there is a restricted exercise, opportunity to treat depression are diminished, increasing the risk. In some cases, people may not have a poor reaction to being in solitary. Fitzgerald, knowing Julian Assange, what do you think the outcome would be for him? Fazell says, depends on access to the family. Fitzgerald Kromberg says he may be subject to SAMs, and defense experts say he certainly would be. Would that exacerbate the condition? Yes. Fitzgerald, could he revert to a serious risk? Fazell, depends on his understanding of his prospects, but yes, there is a risk of worsening symptoms. So even though Fazell is trying to dance around, I guess, reality, Fitzgerald not letting him get away with that, I would like to hear a redirect to ask what has changed in the last 9 years since Fazell has written that article that would make him think that somehow the U.S. prison system got more hospitable. when in fact all evidence shows that it has become even harsher. I would be interested in seeing an answer to that. Let's refresh the page on Good Kevin's feed. Nothing in the last 7 minutes. I want to thank everyone who's in the chat right now. Thank you for hanging out with us this morning. We are going to be bringing you live coverage of this until it ends, because we hate ourselves, apparently. And we will also be, if not every night, certainly on our regular scheduled vigils, and at least probably once more on an off night, be giving you a recap of anything we may have missed, as well as a summation of the day's actions in DC. If you are in the Washington, DC area, please come be present for these demonstrations. Today, Action for Assange is going to be, God damn it, where are you going to be, Andre?
We're going to be at the White House Visitor Center today from probably about
The White House Visitor Center.
Up on screen, because I did just steal the screen real quick from you, Steve. I have the, just so everyone can see, this is the Extradition Act of 2003 that the U.S. and the U.K. entered into, and it came into effect January 1st, 2004. This is Section 91, if you would like to take a look at it. This is the physical or mental condition. This section applies if at any time in the extradition hearing it appears to the judge that the condition of subsection 2 is satisfied. The condition is that the physical or mental condition of the person is such that it would be unjust or operative to extradite him. The judge must
That would
order
be
the
impressive,
person
and quit
to start
screaming.
the
You're going to blow out our
extradition hearing.
audience eardrums.
Wow. That is that's about right, guys. If you haven't been keeping up with this,
again, by the way, that's a leaf blower now.
yeah, no, I can tell. But this has been happening with some regularity at the DC House. It started the first Sunday that we were there, and I was just setting up to interview Whitney Webb, and a truck pulls up and literally waits until about 5 minutes into the interview when Whitney starts going super deep into a relatively touchy subject to fire up the lawnmower. And I mean, within minutes of this interview being done, he was all power tools shut down, all engines shut off, back in his truck, on the phone, remained on the phone until I packed up all of the gear and started to go back inside. And by the way, Oz Whistles, it's 20 till 10 in the morning on the East Coast. It is 6:38 here in California.
So we have a new tweet by Mary Kostakidis. Fitzgerald questions suicide in prison. 50% of the prisoners involved are in isolation. Fazell says the article quotes figures in 2008, so it's dated. Secondly, they refer to only 2 states out of the whole country, so it depends on what the figure is you are referring to 50%. Fazell does not know. I believe that's talking about Fazell's own report that he wrote 10 years ago or so.
Good God.
I hate lawnmowers and weed whackers.
I swear,
Fazell's
like, dude, I've heard that shit like every fucking morning we've done this. Like, how often do people
there's
fucking mow their lawn?
There's always something. It is observe, disrupt, and when those fail, attack. So we're in the disrupt phase. I hope we don't move to phase 3. But Fazell says even in isolation, prisoners in the UK under COVID restriction have had contact with their families. Fitzgerald says isolation limited contact with the outside world. Bleak process of indefinite detention. Is there a heightened risk? I'm assuming of suicide. And Fazell answers yes. Answers after the judge interrupts Fitzgerald to... Oh, man.
Mo has an exchange up here that kind of picks up where that left off. Quick recap. So Fitzgerald says someone in their cell with 22 hours in their cell 22 hours a day is deprived with association with other prisoners, the Mandela rules definition. Would you accept that that condition would exacerbate the underlying disorder? Professor Fazell says one of the ways it is treated and managed is being active. That's why people are encouraged to exercise and associate with other prisoners. There's less opportunities to treat the depression. That's how I would understand the exacerbation, in that it removes the opportunities to treat parts of the depressive illness. Fitzgerald, and increase a sense of hopelessness and a sense of loneliness. Fazell says it might do that. Yes. Question, someone with a pre-existing condition exposed to solitary confinement runs a serious risk that it leads to deteriorate. Fazell says it does increase the risk. I don't add serious because it depends on the individual person. Question, knowing what we know about Mr. Assange, for him to be in isolation would exacerbate that condition. Answer, I would want to know what the conditions are. Access to family, other systems of support. So if all of that is removed, then I would accept that. So this is a witness who is being paid to be there to basically undo all of the testimony of the previous medical experts and play this game of, well, since we don't know exactly how it's going to go down, it would be inappropriate to make a determination because we don't have all of the facts in front of us. And that's a clever little game to play. But the reality of it is this stuff is easily measurable and quantifiable when you take into consideration special administrative measures.
Well, Steve, is she here to help the court or just advocate? Or he here to help the court or just advocate?
Right.
And I'm sure if the defense tried to position a question like that, there would be a verbal objection.
Oh, absolutely.
From the prosecution, and then also from QC Vanessa Baratzer. So
you're going to confuse the fuck out of people by trying to be clever.
I'm sorry. Vanessa Baratzer is the judge who is now working alongside the prosecution, questioning witnesses. So we refer to her as one of the prosecution, just out of being facetious. But Fazell says even in isolation, prisoners in the UK under COVID have had contact with their family. Julian Assange had almost no contact and couldn't even speak with his lawyers for 6 months, just to remind everybody that. Fitzgerald says isolation and limited contact with the outside world, bleak prospects of indefinite detention. Is there a heightened risk? Fazell says yes. And she answers after the judge interrupted Fitzgerald to point out that he is presenting a hypothetical situation. And Fazell keeps pointing out, however, it is multifactual, depending on about 10 different factors, such as program availability. Fitzgerald says, were there to be a lack of access to any therapy, would that be a problem? And Fazell says, yes.
Let's see.
That gets us caught up with Mary Kostakidis. And I just want to point out here, because we do slam Vanessa Baratzer a whole bunch, she, through this whole week, didn't interrupt Lewis when he was presenting ridiculous hypothetical situations. It is only when the defense is questioning a witness that the judge interrupts to say, hey, don't do that. When the prosecution is questioning a witness, Vanessa Baratzer interrupts to further question the witness because the prosecution is doing so poorly. So I think that distinction and definite partisanship on behalf of the judge is simply another reason why this case just needs to be thrown out completely, on top of UC Global and all of the other things which would inherently make this a mistrial if it were any other court in the world.
Fair enough. we've got just a little bit more detail coming out of the Assange defense account. Fitzgerald notes Assange is likely to be perceived as a security risk in a U.S. prison, would reduce his access to therapeutic treatments and avenues to mitigate depression. Faisal cautious to comment without more information, but agrees if opportunities are reduced, risk increases. Fitzgerald, you've made assumptions that the U.S. prison system is likely to treat mental health as well as the U.K. does, yes? Faisal says yes, based on some research, but I admit I'm not an expert on U.S. prisons. So now at least twice, this prosecution witness has had to admit a pretty stark lack of knowledge about the U.S. prison system.
Which is a much more daft way of making that person say, the witness say, I am not an expert multiple times.
Yeah.
Because Lewis was asking, so you're not an expert? So you're not an expert? And every time he said, no, I'm an expert. No, I'm an expert. But Fitzgerald with the defense makes the witness that they're cross-examining say, I am not an expert, which to me holds a lot more weight. And in
merely bullying the poor bastard, yeah, I agree. I do. It's a much subtler, much more effective way of discrediting a witness when you're not standing there getting red in the face berating them. I would if this is the track that Julian's defense team is going to take throughout the questioning of prosecution witnesses, I'm very pleased. I am. Mo,
and these. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
we've got some more coming in from Mo here. Hopelessness is an important risk factor, Professor Faisal says. He says that a single risk factor isn't enough, even if it's isolation. Different people will react differently to different risk factors. Professor Faisal accepts he's not an expert on special administrative measures and that other experts will definitely need to be asked. He has also never been to ADX Florence in Colorado. He's superficially familiar with the place, not aware of it being described as a clean version of hell by the prison warden, who also called it, quote, unfit for human habitation, unquote. Motherfucker. So the warden in the Supermax, where Julian Assange would wind up ultimately, is on record saying that it's a clean version of hell and unfit for human habitation. And that's not supposed to exacerbate an underlying mental health condition. Like, I'm not so much worried about this witness's credibility. I'm worried about whether or not this individual should continue teaching. Hi.
I'm just trying to make sure I don't catch a shitload of background noise while they're doing landscaping. I'm sorry, I keep muting.
No, that's okay, man. I had to interview Whitney from that spot. I remember. Fortunately, you can say like 2 words to Whitney Webb and she'll talk for 45 minutes without breathing. I'm not necessarily that dude, but I am trying to find some updated.
Mary Kostakidis just put one out a couple seconds ago, 4 minutes ago. Fitzgerald said, who is the defense, you have made assumptions that the American system is capable of caring for prisoners as they do here. Faisal says, yes, with a caveat that I am not an expert on U.S. prisons.
Yeah, this is what we just read from Mo.
Okay.
Just coming in a different point. So it's
Fitzgerald says, someone under special administrative measures, can you assist us with that? Fazel says, no, I cannot, nor have I been to, oh my God, every time it ends in a
The rest
two.
of that sentence, Andre, is nor have I been to ADX in Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess. I'll bet you 3 shiny nickels right now. Or maybe like 2 shiny nickels and a tarnished one.
So-
Unfit for human application. That's just fucking gnarly. Like straight up gnarly. Jesus. A mosquito just tried to fly into my fucking mouth. Who else? Let's see. Does Medhurst have anything up right now?
Yeah, it looks like Medhurst just retweeted one of his posts from the 14th about ADX Florence that he had made. So I'm just going to straight retweet that one. If you guys are interested in checking out the video that is put together by Richard Medhurst, please hop over to action_4 Assange on Twitter, where he goes over what is actually happening at ADX Florence and statements from there.
I do love that for their first witness, the prosecution delivers someone who is woefully unqualified to comment on special administrative measures and U.S. prisons. I love that.
It literally is a waste of the court's time to have this witness there by their own admission of not being an expert about U.S. prisons and special administrative measures. All you got to do is read the document, right? We got the documents. We do a live here. We've been reading through the special administrative measures for months now. We did a long piece of it yesterday. We did another piece of it today during the court break. If there is someone, real quick, please go to actionforassange.com/discord to join our Discord servers, because we are always looking for help behind the scenes. If you're someone that's interested in just helping us clip out vigils and statements and things like that from our shows, that would be absolutely amazing, because we are so crunched on time that it literally hurts. So if you could join us on Discord and help us actually make this additional content here to be able to upload individual pieces of the court case, we'd really appreciate that. That would go a really long way to helping expose the bullshit that is happening behind the scenes here. And again, I do just want to say thank you to the chat. It looks like the troll has calmed down. Usually by making a statement about a troll, they'll kick back up. But I just want to say, if you are going to troll someone, troll the U.S. government. That's what Steve and I are doing so beautifully right now, because the prosecution are shitbags. And this again should be a situation of, I shouldn't even have to be here today. This trial shouldn't even have to be happening. And as we wait, I'm sure there's a couple more tweets, but I just want to remind everyone the situation that Julian is put in as he is transferred from Belmarsh Prison to the Old Bailey. Julian Assange every morning is awoken at about 5 o'clock British time. He is strip searched. He is x-rayed. He is then handcuffed and placed in what was described as a vertical coffin inside of a transport vehicle, and then driven an hour and a half from Belmarsh to the Old Bailey to be placed in a glass cage human zoo that the Old Bailey built specifically for Julian's case. In the centuries of the Old Bailey's existence and the heinous crimes that have taken place there against humanity, never in its history did it have a glass box for a defendant until Julian Assange was held there and on trial there right now. So they went out of their way to make sure they can continue to torture this man in court. It harkens back to the Craig Murray article, Man in the Glass Box, referring to other court cases in the European Court of Human Rights where a defendant was accused of war crimes. I don't know much about the case, but it was thrown out simply on the basis that the defendant was kept in a glass box in the courtroom. So I think that that's a really important thing, that Julian is literally being tortured live as we're doing this in a glass box inside of the Old Bailey.
So I have a question from Watchman in the chat about whether or not the minutes of this hearing are publicly available, the transcripts. Can you speak to that, Andre? Because I can't.
The closest thing I know of to transcripts are the tweets that we're going over. I don't know of any released transcripts as of yet. You can check cryptome.org. They do have a bunch of information on there that I did get verified should be accurate and true, that you can look at from them. But as far as like
for the first couple of days, Stella Morris was posting transcripts, but those got removed.
Yeah. And there's another website, but I literally on Monday I accidentally master reset my phone, so I lost everything that I had been storing up. So there is another website out there. I have to refind it because I do have it saved somewhere, that is posting witness statements as they're coming out. I just have to be able to re-find who that was.
Let's see. So we've got a couple of, I don't know if it's new information, but Mary Kostakidis in the last few minutes has put out a couple of new tweets. Let's see. We've got Faisal admitting that he's not an expert on U.S. prisons. He's never been to prison, visited the prison in Florence, Colorado, or Alexandria, Virginia. Faisal says, you need to know the total number of suicides to establish the significance of the proportion who suicide in prison or in isolation. Fitzgerald asks if depression reduces your capacity to resist the desire to suicide. Faisal says, I'd have to think about that. He says that there are many factors that affect suicide. Fitzgerald says if he's severely depressed and in isolation, would it reduce his capacity to resist? Faisal can't respond for a moment, tries to repeat the question. Fitzgerald repeats it. Then Faisal says, yes, it would increase the risk, but I couldn't say greatly. Fitzgerald, your article says a human environment would try to mitigate the risk factors. Faisal says, I can't comment on how they do that in U.S. prison, where Julian is likely to be. Faisal accepts Dr. Deely's assessment as he is an expert. So a prosecution witness has just been boxed into a position where he has to agree with and corroborate the testimony of this morning's defense witness, which is, in my humble opinion, a thing of beauty. The Assange defense account has just now put up a 2019 CBS report titled Supermax, a clean version of hell, which again is the direct quote from the warden of ADX Florence, which is the Supermax prison where Julian Assange would likely be to land if renditioned and brought here for publishing accurate information about the United States government. We all get that, right? Like we're all like, I know that we're on a number of different channels, and I know there was a troll or two in there, but like, yo, dude, if you're not fully cognizant of the fact that the only reason Julian Assange is sitting in that courtroom right now is because embarrassing information about the U.S. government got made public, please recognize that and how ridiculous that is.
And you can find that 60 Minutes piece about Hell on Earth, ADX Florence on, I just retweeted it. We can't play the video because of copyright and other bullshit. But you can find the video on our Twitter timeline, action_4 Assange, as well as everything we find pivotal and game-changing throughout the prosecution. I've been throughout the questioning, generally by the failure of the prosecution and their witnesses. So I've been putting those up as retweeting with comments mentioning what I believe is the progress as it's been going through this court system and how you can see the prosecution literally just falling apart before your eyes.
It's a thing of beauty, if you ask me. Let's see.
Well, if you ask the Washington Post, democracy dies in darkness, and they have been vigilantly not covering anything about Julian Assange. So yeah, we are happy to be the ones here that are trying to bring everybody what is happening live. It sucks that we are the 3 people here out of 7 billion people on the planet that will cover this live as it's happening, going through these tweets. But it is necessary, and no one else was doing it, and that's why we're here. Mary Kostakidis put up another tweet here. I'm going to just read back a little bit to give some context. Fitzgerald says, if he is severely depressed and in isolation, would it reduce his capacity to resist? Fazell says, I cannot respond for a moment, tries to repeat the question. Fitzgerald repeats it, and Fazell says, yes, it would increase the risk, but I cannot say greatly. Fitzgerald says, your article says that a human environment would try to mitigate the risk factors. Fazell cannot comment on how they do that in the U.S. prisons where Julian is likely to be. Fazell accepts that Dr. Deely's assessment, as he is an expert, and confirms Deely went about it in the right way. Fazell says the treatment, and I still hope I'm pronouncing that right. Fazell says the treatment of Julian Assange is receiving it. The treatment Julian Assange is receiving is appropriate treatment, but agrees that Asperger's is a factor in suicide risk. It is established now by a prosecutorial witness that, yes, there is a higher risk factor of people with Asperger's, and yes, that Deely was correct in his medical examination and diagnosis of that with Julian Assange. Fitzgerald refers to Lori Love and Gary McKinnon's decision not to extradite. Fazell quotes a number of suicides. So I just want to say good work, Fitzgerald. Good work.
So, trying to see if
So
there's anything new coming in yet.
a similar statement about the same thing, just to give a little more context on that. The cases of Gary McKillen and Lori Love, I'm probably butchering that name and I'm sorry, and Lori Love, where autism and suicide risk played an important factor in decisions against extradition. Fazell says, I am aware of these cases, but again, not an expert. So I don't know why the prosecution's pulling in people who aren't experts for witnesses. I think that Vanessa Breitzer would probably be kind of upset at this point that this person was even allowed in the courtroom to talk. But with the Vanessa Breitzer trying to berate the defense about you need a witness, the prosecution pulls this one in, and I am glad that Fitzgerald took this because he has punched a hole in literally everything to the point that, in my opinion, Section 91 of the 2003 Extradition Act between the U.S. and UK should take effect, and the extradition should be halted.
Yeah.
And there's a million other reasons why it should be halted too, but this is just another one to pile on the list of stop the fucking shit show.
I mean, I'll co-sign that one.
And Cato Lee over in the A4A Restream chat says, you are butchering names. I am sorry. I am tired and horribly dyslexic. I apologize. I don't mean to offend anyone with my pronunciation of names. So I, again, trying to do my best here. We are the 3 out of almost over 7 billion people that are doing this. If there is someone out there that can read better than me, that has a big platform, please do this. But no one else did. So you're stuck with a dyslexic guy on a busy road reading tweets.
It's true.
What's what I got. Sorry, guys.
That's the weakest excuse for murder I've ever heard, Smith. Real quick though, when we were joined a little while ago by Kevin Gosztola, he brought up the or he thought that it would be possible that Craig Murray would have covered the outburst in court yesterday. He in fact did. I'm gonna read from his article, which, by the way, if you're not reading the daily like novellas that Craig Murray is producing under the title Your Man in the Public Gallery, you definitely should be. And the only reason that Craig Murray is reporting these as Your Man in the Public Gallery is because the National Union of Journalists would not reissue his credentials, as Mr. Murray is being railroaded by the Scottish courts currently. Let's see. James Lewis, QC, cross-examined Professor Koppelman. Again, this is yesterday's testimony for 4 hours. As ever, he started by disparaging the witness's qualifications. Professor Koppelman was a cognitive psychiatrist, not a forensic psychiatrist, and had not worked in prisons. Professor Koppelman pointed out that he had been practicing forensic psychiatry and testifying in numerous courts for over 30 years. When Lewis persisted again and again in querying his credentials, Koppelman had enough and decided to burst out of the bubble of court etiquette. Quote, I have been doing this for over 30 years, and on 5 or 6 occasions, London solicitors have phoned me up and said that James Lewis QC is acting in an extradition case and is extremely keen to get your services for a report. So I think it is a bit rich for you to stand there now questioning my qualifications. This caused really loud laughter in court, which remarkably, the judge made no attempt to silence. So thank you, Craig Murray, for encapsulating that moment. It is if you can call this shit show, if you could say that there are highlights to this, which let's be honest, it's an exercise of measured state violence as opposed to out of control state violence. If you could say anything was a highlight, that was certainly one of them. I know it's dead air. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just checking the tweet threads.
I am not going to give you shit about dead air on a 5-hour fucking stream.
I'm picking back up with Mary Kostakidis. She has 2 new tweets out. And this is going back to the one that was left at a cliffhanger. Fazell says the treatment of Julian Assange is receiving, that Julian Assange is receiving appropriate treatment, but agrees that Asperger's is a risk factor for suicide. Fitzgerald refers to Lowry Love and Mr. McKinnon, decisions not to extradite. Fazell quotes a number of suicides, of actual suicides, I assume in the UK. Oh dear, Fazell just lost it. The issue that got him in a pickle is that he agrees, he agrees with Dealey's assessment that the issue that got him in a pickle is that he agrees with Dealey's assessment. As an autism expert, he himself thinks that Julian Assange has autistic tendencies, but he wasn't focusing on that because he isn't an expert. He actually stopped, sort of gasped, and said he just wants to stick to what he has to say, even though, oh, Mary, I love but hate your cliffhangers.
Well, that was we'll come back to Mary's tweet on that, but that officially marked the end of the cross examination. Now we've moved back on to redirect.
I think Consortium's Twitter had a quote about that one too. I saw it a minute ago. I think.
Let me pull them up real quick because the Assange defense account didn't have the exact quote. Let's go there and motherfucker. I really don't like how CN has this thread done. I'm gonna have to lodge a complaint with Dame Kathy Vogan. Okay, what the fuck beans, really?
I got it. I've been going through and marking what we have gone over and haven't gone over with the like button. So let me refresh the consortium stuff and I will get to whatever is newest from them. We have, let me see. Looking for their newest. 2 minutes ago, Fazell confirms nothing about federal prisons. ADX prison in Virginia about Chelsea Manning's attempted suicide. On re-examination, Fazell thinks if Assange were given a shorter sentence, there would be less risk. He agrees that different inmates react differently. Rereads Sams, Lewis reads Kromberg. That was 2 minutes. I'm looking for the second half of that one.
I must have read it somewhere else.
Yeah, I can't find the other half of that tweet from them.
From who?
From Consortium
I
News.
might
That was their last
I might
one.
have read something from somebody else and mistaked it too. I'm tired. The cracks are showing.
The cracks are showing.
I may have to make more
Cool.
coffee.
So Mary finished the other half of this tweet. So she started this with, oh dear, Fazell just lost it. The issue that got him in a pickle is he agrees with Danley, the autism expert, that he himself thinks Julian Assange has autistic tendencies, but he wasn't focusing on that because he isn't an expert. He actually stopped, sort of gasped, and said he just wanted to stick with what he had said, even though he painted himself into a corner. Fitzgerald's manages to get him to agree that under conditions that are effectively special administrative conditions, Julian Assange's risks would increase and that he would not, and that he is not familiar with special administrative measures or the U.S. prisons. So I would just say that this entire witness, while he is not an expert, has done quite a wonderful job here in painting himself and painting the picture of don't extradite Julian. And his statements should be enough because it now has come from a prosecution witness and a defense witness to kick off Section 91 of that Extradition Act to prevent Julian from being extradited. That is simply my opinion. I am not a legal expert, but that's just kind of how it sees right now. I'm going to pop over.
Let me. That's a fucking message.
Mohammed just put up a new article, Mr. Almazi, a wonderful friend of our show. If we would like to go through and read that real quick as cross-examination ended. Because 8 minutes ago, it looks like the re-examination by the government. So I think Mr. Lewis gets to come back in here and try to patch the leaks, so to speak.
Yeah.
Do we want to read Mo's article? It's in the tweet. It's in the GM group as we wait for some threads to populate.
Give me a moment.
I'm using the Wi-Fi off my phone here, my hotspot, so my internet is a little shitty as I'm trying to load things up.
I mean, the article he posted is just a recap of what we spent the entire last 4 hours talking about. I don't know if we need to dig into that necessarily.
We can save it for a vigil. We can pick it up tonight or Saturday or something.
Where did Defend Assange go?
So I'm going to pick up here with Mohammed Almazy's recent tweets. He's started Lewis has started once again cross-examining the witness. Lewis asked, would your assessment of risk change if Mr. Assange was sent to a lower sentence? Fazl says, yes, studies have found that there is a low risk for those who had shorter sentences compared to those with longer sentences. Lewis is now asking the witness whether a maximum 22 hours a day with a break for phone calls and exercise would change his position on isolation and risk factors. He is saying that the factors include the ability to exercise, receive counseling, and meet with others to speak. And Lewis is now reading from a statement which describes what inmates can expect, including rest, relaxation, and exercise to access fresh air for short periods of time. What? I don't know if you've ever been in jail, but there's not much rest or relaxation. And there's definitely not access to fresh air. So I'm not sure what the hell Fitzgerald or Lewis is talking about here. But it's comical at best. I'm assuming Defense Assange is caught up as well because they're really good at keeping this. Yeah, we got one. Stanley Steamers just showed up with duct cleaning. So the re-examination by the prosecution is trying to argue that solitary confinement, segregated housing, doesn't always exacerbate depression and mental illness symptoms. The prosecution is now questioning the defense's definition of solitary confinement and says, according to Kromberg, who is Bill Barr's right-hand man, there is no solitary confinement at the Alexandria Detention Center where Assange would be held in pretrial. That is wrong. We know that Chelsea Manning was held in solitary confinement on multiple occasions inside of the Alexandria Detention Center, including for around 30 days the second time she was taken into jail. So that is factually inaccurate, like wholly and factually inaccurate. But the defense objects that the prosecution is not differentiating between SAMs and administrative segregation. The defense contends Assange will be subject to both. Now, talking post-trial, the prosecution is reading off the amenities offered by Supermax prisons at ADX Florence, including a 13-inch TV and arts and crafts. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I could live my life in a 5x5 room with a 13-inch TV, glue, safety scissors, and some cardboard, that's just all I need.
Living high on the hog.
They continue here after a long list of obtentious or something. After the long list of amenities, would you concede that these conditions as solitary confinement? The defense objects that all of these are not part of the housing unit H where Assange would be held. The question is asked nonetheless. So Fitzgerald, again, has no idea what is going on.
Oh, no, that's intentional. That is absolutely intentional. Fitzgerald knows that Julian Assange would not be held in the areas where they have TVs or arts and crafts supply. He knows that. What he's trying to do is completely misinterpret what or misconstrue what is available public information about ADX Florence in general with how Julian Assange would be held and what measures he would be held under. So he's hoping that his obfuscation is good enough for the incurious Vanessa Baraitser and really did not want to be called on his shit. I'm glad to see the defense raising objections at this point. They've been pretty hesitant to do that thus far.
This is so. Wow. Back to Mary Kostakidis. Lewis re-examining makes an assumption that the pretrial Julian Assange would not be held under special administrative measures. Fitzgerald objects. Oh, I just got a crazy error. Fitzgerald objects. He would be kept under special administrative measures pretrial. Lewis, quoting from cases where prisoners were held under special administrative measures, have been able to meet with their lawyers, and one was even putting out press releases. They all have televisions, indoor and outdoor recreation, soccer balls, acrobatic exercise, movies, arts and crafts, bingo. This all reads from Kronberg's declaration. Kronberg is not present for cross-examination. Lewis is still reading. From Kronberg's description, it's a holiday resort.
My God.
When I say it, it's the Alexandria prison.
Dude. Cartoon.
So everyone out there in the audience, I'm booking my ticket to the Alexandria prison by going over this information. So I hope it's as nice as they're describing.
I hope our dissident camp is as nice as ADX Florence Supermax.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, because it's so the testimony's actually already over. As of 17 seconds ago, the prosecution ended it. Oh my God. Just to read these last couple tweets here by Defense Assange. They can't comment definitely, but would have to see the factors that the prison would actually get. Now Prosecutor Lewis wants to make sure there wasn't a slip, a gaffe, as they would call it for Joe Biden, in Fitzgerald's previous testimony, where suicidal ideations didn't necessarily correlate with suicide. People who commit suicide have ideations, but the minority of those ideations, the minority of people with those ideations do commit suicide. And then Fazel's testimony ends. So I look forward to going on vacation with everybody to one of these awesome arts and crafts and bingo halls. The only thing that you have to do is disclose classified information, and you can get a one-way ticket of your own to Alexandria, Virginia. It's a beautiful prison. I don't know if anyone has seen it, but when we were here in February, we did a protest outside of the Alexandria Detention Center where Chelsea Manning and Jeremy Hammond were being held. Just to describe the scene a little bit, you have a major metropolitan area tucked away off in the corner, right next to housing developments and all of these other things. You have I want to say it's maybe 5 or 6 story high human detention facility located beautifully next to a scenic on-ramp for a highway. Not sure what highway it is, but I'm guessing that all the car noise and horns and traffic just makes for a great time.
So they're taking a short recess to discuss witnesses and statements, but that appears to be the end of testimony for the day. And with that, I'm gonna split because I gotta hit the hardware store before I hit my job site. Holy fuck, I'm tired.
So I would like to thank everybody for joining us today. I apologize for the troll in chat, but I appreciate everybody slapping them down as well as they did. The goal here is not to limit everyone's voices or anyone's voices. The goal here is to promote the freedom of Julian Assange and rip apart the prosecution for doing such a terrible job, because as the wonderful, good Kevin Gosztola has told us, we shouldn't even be here today. You can find me on Twitter at Andrew Zigmund, ZIGMUND. You can find us on Twitter at action_4 Assange. All of our call to actions are in the description down below. And thank you. Thank you for everybody watching. Thank you for Josh and Steve for doing this. And I look forward to hearing Misty's commentary later today about what the fuck they tried to do in court.
I'm Steve. Y'all know me. Y'all know what I do. If you don't, you can find me on Twitter at Slow News Day Show. You can find my other channel on YouTube by typing in Slow News Day Podcast. I'm Slow News Day on Rockfin and D Live. Some good guests coming up. I always have good guests. I don't even know fucking how. Like, I really don't. I've had some of the most incredible conversations in interwebs fucking history, and I have no idea how I've managed to pull that off. But you know, please hang out and be as surprised by that as I am. You have
Real
your hand up?
before you close it out, as we were kicking off this morning, there was an account called Jane McGovern that gave us a wave in chat. So I just want to wave back in case that was Mr. McGovern watching in this morning.
She popped in the Slow News Day chat too.
Yeah, no, Jane McGovern's been in the chat for a while, and I don't think she's related to Ray or anything, but she's been a regular in the chat here lately.
Cool, awesome.
Don't worry about me, Kat. At least not today. All we're really doing for the rest of the week is finishing deck rails. That's like, it requires thinking, but it doesn't require a lot of like dangerous shit. So as much as it hurts my brain to be at work, I'm not necessarily putting myself at much risk. So, you know, having said that, I'll probably cut my fucking thumb off when I get there. Let me go ahead and make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow morning, if not later tonight. And until then, good luck to us all.